Introduce Michael Esposito, the Market President for Bank of America.
Good morning all. I'm not Nick Brickfield, but I'd like to be. First of all, I want to thank everybody for being here today. This is truly a pretty special moment, and it's a moment that has really been a team effort that as we've come here, for sure. I'm happy to represent Bank of America, the market president, as we are excited for this groundbreaking along a lot of civic and community partners. We've heard of some already today, more to come, but just to name a few, from Palm Lake Christian Church, Andrea Kate, Pastor Oscar Banks, obviously, New Star Development, Brian Evgen, Neil Brickfield, we just heard from Pinellas County Housing Authority, our love with Chloe Firebaugh, the St. Pete City Council, Richie Floyd as Vice Chair, Mayor Ken Welch, of course. Thank you, Mayor, for being here, along with the really talented team at New Star Development and Palm Lake Christian Church, along with my team from Bank of America, too, Nicole Balden and Kwame Nesba, that's how you say it, by the way, Kwame Nesba, who's here too, so happy to have them here with us today. Bank of America is proud to provide $46 million in debt and equity financing, along with another $8 million in permanent financing through our financing program through Impact Community Capital. This is going to provide 86 units that we've talked about of very much needed affordable housing here. Since 2021, the bank has provided $450 million and 1,300 units of affordable housing here within Tampa Bay area. So something where we all live and work, myself included, live here in St. Pete. So very happy to see that this happening in this local area. With that also, please join me in congratulating the entire team for this impressive achievement. It really has been. Each of you has played a vital role as we've gone through, and I want to thank you for your dedication, partnership, and commitment to building this community. Thank you all.
Good morning. Thank you all so much for having me. It's an honor to be here to celebrate laying the cornerstone of this project. My name is Richie Floyd. I'm City Council member for District 8 and the City Council Vice Chair. This is a project that I believe and hope will set a standard going forward in our city, particularly for faith-based communities that are interested in doing something like this, now that there's more opportunity thanks to state legislation. The leadership of Palm Lake Christian Church and everyone else involved in this, you can see them on the screen. I'm not going to try to name them all because I will forget and feel bad about it. They have a lot to be proud of. You've set an example that I know many other congregations will look to, and I couldn't be happier that it's happening right here in District 8 in St. Petersburg. But most of you probably aren't aware that this actually hasn't been District 8 for that long. Just a few years ago, it was actually in District 1, and then we went through a redistricting process that moved this portion of the city into my city council district. So soon after that happened, I heard about a community meeting going on in this sanctuary about the project and figured it was a good idea for me to come. Since it's my district now and I needed to take a keen interest. So I showed up and it was a pretty good meeting. A lot of community members came, made their voices heard. And afterwards, a few of them came up to me. Most of them thanked me for being here and taking an interest in the project. But one constituent did not agree with the project and clearly wanted to let me know. And we were standing right back there in the corner. And he proceeded to give me literally the worst tongue lashing I've ever had in my entire life. And I was a middle school science teacher for a while, and those kids gave me a lot of tongue lashings, but this person exceeded it significantly. Probably talked to me for about 5 minutes, but it felt like an hour, and I never even got a single word in. It didn't feel good, and I didn't agree with his points, But I wasn't frustrated after it happened. I didn't begrudge him. I understood, at least I like to think that I understood where he was coming from. This is a change in our community, and change can be uncomfortable. But the only thing that we know is definitely going to happen is that things will change. And so it's up to leaders like the people in this room, the people who have stuck their neck out for this community to try to bring something to them, elected officials, housing authorities, financiers. It's up to us to make sure that the change that we have go on in our city is in the best interest of our city. And I really believe that this project will be an incredibly positive change in our city. Dozens of residents will have a safe and affordable roof over their head because of this change, and more people will have the capacity to participate in our city's civic life because of this change. So again, I want to thank everyone, especially the leadership at Palm Lake Christian Church and everyone else involved in making this a reality, because it takes courageous leadership to make a change like this. I can't wait to see the finished product. And I'm super excited to continue working together with everyone in this room to help build a city that works for everyone. And I'll just end saying it's really exciting because I was here last week and checked the place out, and I can see tangible progress between last week and this week, and so that's really nice to see. There was no concrete poured last time I was here, so it really feels good to be able to watch something of this magnitude rise from the ground in our city. Thank you for having me, and I can't wait to continue to support projects like this moving forward.
Well, I am in church, so let the church say amen. Giving honor to God and giving thanks to the shepherd of this house, Pastor Banks. Where'd he go? Way in the back. Oh, you running the board? All right. To Pastor Banks and all the members of the Palm Lake Christian Church, it's such an honor to be here with you today. I, too, am not Neil Brickfield, although I'm so thankful for his work. Still call him Commissioner Brickfield. We worked together on the Pinellas County Commission for 4 years and in different capacities at PAL and now at the Housing Authority. You're doing fantastic work leading that. Now, I don't have the numbers to match your Housing Authority folks, but we do have some members of the St. Pete team here today. I want to recognize Administrator Amy Foster, who's in the back, Dr. Avery Sliker, and Mark Van Loo, our incredible housing team that do such great work. Spotted David Thompson, our governmental relations director, who's, y'all pray extra for him. He spends a lot of time in Tallahassee and Washington. And I did spot Councilmember Corey Givens on this side, council member. And Pastor Banks, I know you sent out love to city council, so I knew you would just included mayor in that. So thank you. And being last on program, I really just get to fill in some blanks. To say thank you, this is such an important project. To all the team members who came together, to our city council who made us the first city to act under the new House Bill 1339, the first in the state. And you're leading the way on Yes in God's Backyard. And Pastor, we have a lot of discussions, and I know you're coming from the right place and driving progress. And it does shape what we do as a city. The 80% AMI issue, for example, is something we press on. And YIGBY is another one of those issues where we talk with the faith community and say, look, we're putting city dollars into this from CRA and from other funding sources. We put $1.5 million into this project from ARPA funds. In fact, we received an award for using the most ARPA money of any city in the state for affordable housing. We always try to be creative, but in this case, in talking with the faith-based community, we said, look, one of the things y'all have is land, and you can convert some of that land that hasn't been used for decades to try to address that problem. And Palm Lake is leading the way in showing how that can be done. So y'all give yourselves a hand for that. As we move forward, the city looks forward to working with all of our partners. I want to thank everyone here today, New Star Development, the Pinellas County Housing Authority, the Bank of America, the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, and again, our own great housing team in the city of St. Pete. I'm looking for more of these opportunities, and just spread the word. And I know I'm preaching to the choir, literally, that affordable housing is housing for everyone. It's not for those people. It's for our families, right? It's for our children, for our congregations. And when it's done the right way and when it's managed the right way, it's something we all can be proud of. So I couldn't be happier, and on behalf of the city of St. Pete, thank you for what you're doing. God bless you.
Hallelujah. So I wanted to thank everyone for coming out. There's an African proverb that says, it takes a village to raise a child. And I believe that to be true for what we're doing. I believe it takes a village to raise a community. It takes churches. It takes community leaders. It takes politicians. It takes money. It takes money. It takes money. And we can talk a good game, but if we're not putting money in it, it'll never be built. And so I'm excited, and I want to thank Bank of America for really always leading the way in building affordable housing and leading the way, not just affordable housing, but YMCAs and all kind of other things. So we thank y'all for being a big partner in this situation. Also, are there any other civic or community leaders, servants in this space? Can you stand? My brother, you need to stand. Christopher Warren, Dr. Christopher Warren. This is another brother that I know that is doing something that many of us didn't even think about, looking to build affordable housing for kids aging out of the foster care system. Who would not want to be a part of that project? So I pray that God shows favor in everything that you're doing, my brother. And Mayor, I thank you for YIGBY, which is something that I look forward to helping and assisting of how we can get other churches to partner with this community effort to lift up St. Petersburg. Who loves St. Pete? That was weak. If I said who loves the Bucks, y'all be like, yeah! Who loves St. Pete? Hallelujah. I did want to make sure that I lift up those who are working behind the scenes that sometimes we don't lift up. Danielle with Tucker Hall, we want to thank you for your leadership in putting this event on. I want to thank Brian. I want to thank Jamie. I want to thank Mackenzie. I want to thank Neil. I'm not Neil. Neil's right there. I want to thank Elise. I want to thank Mercy and the event planners of Tampa Bay. Mercy, what up, girl? So I want to thank you. I want to thank Justin. I want to thank Nicole. Is Nicole here? Where's Nicole? There you go, Nicole. What's up? I want to thank Andrea Kate, of course, our board chair, Darren Asdale, Jake, Jennifer. I also want to thank those who are working on the site. I pray for those guys. I don't know if they've served on the site with a pastor. So I'm their pastor too, and they know. If I've heard somebody on the phone, they were having a hard conversation with somebody. After the conversation, I said, bro, let me pray for you. You good? Because that's what you do. That's our job, amen? So those who are working, do I have any of our contractors or people who are on site in the space? Can y'all stand? Stand. Because the reality is that without them, there would be no us. Amen? And so we want to thank God for this village of all of us who are raising this community. I do, before we head out to the ground, Brian, if it's okay, if I take a moment of silence for Bernice Saxon, who was a major part of this village, who recently passed away. Let's have a moment of silence. God, we thank you for their servants who are in this space, who together with you are creating spaces of grace for people to experience your grace, to experience your peace, to experience your calm. So God, we thank you for all of those hands that were in this pot, making this a reality for your people. Watch over us as we leave from this place, but never from your presence. Bless the food that we will receive. Bless the hands that will dig in the dirt. God, we give you glory and honor because of who you are, and again, because of what you've created us to be. In Jesus' name, amen. Any other instructions? Who all is going to the dirt pile? Cool, we'll figure it out when we get out there. You are dismissed. We'll see you Sunday at 11 a.m. Peace.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on the circle. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK, and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you can just kind of go out there and hang out. So I've worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas, there's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's 2 Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Childs Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Childs Park neighborhood, but the greater Childs Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program is a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Childs Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Childs Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Childs Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street, have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Childs Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I'll encourage people to come and see for themselves. More to Childs Park that I've seen more positive in Childs Park than I have seen negative.
And my Childs Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Legislative Affairs and Intergovernmental Relations Committee, easy for me to say, for May 28th, 2026. Clerk, can we begin with a roll call, please?
Gabbard.
Here.
Hanowitz.
Here.
Driscoll.
Here.
Big Sanders.
Here.
Harding.
Here. All right, we have an agenda before us. I'll entertain a motion to approve. All in favor? Aye. And we have our March 26, 2026 minutes. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Move approval.
All in favor? Aye. We will get right into our new business, which is very robust this morning, lots to discuss. So we are going to start out with the current state in Tallahassee. We are joined on Zoom by Laura Beamer from the Southern Group. Thank you, Laura, for continuing to ride out the never-ending session in Tallahassee. We appreciate you being here with us on Zoom this morning, and we also are joined, of course, by David Thompson and Doyle Walsh. So I will just go ahead and turn it over to Laura and David to get us started.
All right, thank you. Well, we have a lot of specifics to get into this morning. So I'm just going to start with Laura, if she can just give us an overview of where session E and F, or special sessions E and F are on the budget and now property tax, and just kind of the mood up there and what we should be thinking about in the coming days.
Yeah, so as you guys know, they finally finished up the budget over the weekend. It hit the desk Tuesday around 11:40, so they're going to be voting on the budget tomorrow. It's in the 72-hour waiting period at this time, and then obviously we'll be awaiting, the governor's veto pen. However, you saw yesterday that the governor called a special session on property tax reform, has released his proposal to the House and the Senate. Every indication is that the House and Senate is going to pass what the governor has proposed. Although I'm hearing it's not polling well, even with Republicans across the board. So we'll remain to be seeing what that looks like. I mean, the Senate President on the memo that I sent over to David, so you should have it in your inbox, indicating that he intended to, bring this forward, file the bills, and pass it. The Speaker has not made a formal statement, has not sent a memo to his members yet. He just put out a statement, thanking the governor for finally having a proposal. So we have not heard from the House yet, but what we're hearing is that they will more than likely pass what the governor has proposed as well. So that all starts on the 1st, goes to the 3rd. The Senate already has their calendars out. Obviously, the House does not. So we will see what they end up doing with that. I'll have obviously more information, hopefully later today or tomorrow on the House's position, and then we'll keep you obviously apprised as that moves forward. I sent over to David as well, which you also should have the proposed language from the governor, as well as his press release in our firm's overview of his press conference. So that's where we are, special session F. Great, good times.
Thanks, Laura. So just a lot has happened since the time the agenda packet came out. Yeah. So just to clarify, some of the attachments, or a few of those are already in your inbox. I think Kim was in the process of getting the printouts of the proposal that we just got a copy of. The memorandum from the Senate President is printed in front of you, as well as the updated, and there it is, and as well as the updated budget, the appropriations trackers for both the state and federal level. So I'll go with the trackers. Okay.
Let's go ahead. We'll go quickly over our legislative agenda and our bill tracker, and then we'll kind of do a deep dive into the tax conversation, because Council, there is in your packet a resolution that I worked on with legal to bring for your consideration. I will just tell you very briefly, we did start on that several weeks ago, kind of I guess, reading the tea leaves and trying to figure out, pardon me, when this special session might happen. And so luckily, we did have it ready for packet last Friday, because now here we are with the special session happening next week. So we will get into that, but I think first let's go ahead and kind of see where we landed with some of our other priorities. I know I have a couple of questions on just other bills, and then we will save the tax for a separate conversation after.
Okay, fantastic. So I think the kind of most straightforward piece of this is just talking about our appropriations projects at the state level. As Laura mentioned, they finished just about noon on Tuesday, just about noon on Friday, they'll vote. We were able to secure 3 of the 6 projects that we initially submitted in the budget. So that is $2 million for the Denver Street stormwater drainage improvements projects, $500,000 for the Childs Park storm drainage improvements, and then $350,000 towards the new K-9 facility for the St. Pete Police Department. And then at the bottom of that sheet, you'll note there's a couple other community requests that have either been discussed in council for various reasons I wanted to highlight for you all. YMCA of Greater St. Petersburg received $950,000. $350,000 went to the Pinellas Science Center, and an additional $300,000 went to the Lincoln Cemetery. There's also a number of arts-related projects. I'm putting together a little overview for the Public Arts Commission that meets next week, but a number of other community projects that we weren't tracking necessarily the entire process, but are relevant to the city. So we'll continue to look through the budget and take note of those.
Thank you. And remind me again the date he has to for his final veto.
So, Laura, can you? Yeah, I was gonna say it has to be.
There's
done
not really an actual
window.
date,
Yeah.
right?
It's the budget.
Yeah. Okay. So we probably anticipate that he'll wait until after this next special session.
Yeah, you're reading my mind. That's
Yeah,
exactly what I was about to say. I think there was a very good reason why he called the special session first.
Yeah. It's like watching a telenovela.
You know, the other thing I forgot to mention that David wanted me to talk about was the USF transfer. I know that people were watching. It is in the budget to transfer the USF Sarasota Maintenance campus to New College of Florida, but it's just the property. So all of the recurring funding that was going to that campus is staying with USF. It's not going to New College.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Any questions about any other bills or appropriations or agenda? Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. You mentioned the arts funding and that you were preparing something for the Public Arts Commission.
Yes.
What do you have for us?
So I'm still going through that. I'll make sure that you all get a copy of it, but Celeste asked that I join the next Public Arts Commission and just kind of give them an update on the budget. So I'll be able to share that with both of you all when it's complete.
Yeah, I had read an article that detailed it out.
Okay.
And there's money for, and it referred more to Pinellas County, but then there are specific, there's specific allocations, and then there's the remaining pot that would go to some of the other arts organizations. But we did have facilities, including Science Center, as you mentioned. I believe the Florida Orchestra was allocated a specific amount, and there was one other one that slips my mind, but we really need to have that information. There is, I'm happy that it wasn't zero.
Yes.
This time. But, you know, we're still dealing with, here at home, a cut to our funding locally.
Yes.
And so we really need to zoom in on that to make sure that we understand what the state is funding, and then we can look at what our arts funding is looking like, making sure that we can make them whole as much as possible.
Absolutely.
All right, well, do you have an idea of when you might have that ready?
Yes, I'll have that before the end of the week.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It just, with everything, just didn't get done in time for this meeting.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's on my list.
Okay. I'll keep an
Councilmember
eye out
Driscoll.
on my email.
I did pull up that, I read that same article.
Yeah.
So since we're getting our updates from the media, Museum of Fine Arts, St. Pete, 150,000, St. Pete Arts Alliance, 90,000, and the other two were more Pinellas County.
And then there was like something in there about facilities.
Yeah,
There's programming in
Home of the Florida Orchestra, 500,000, Florida Holocaust Museum, Exhibition and Learning Center, 2.5 million, and the Pinellas Science Center, 350,000.
That was the one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So like just like an email for us, that would be great.
Absolutely.
All right.
And I would caveat too that all of that is still subject to the governor's veto ban.
Yep.
Of course.
Yep.
But we need to be really watching that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Anyone else on the bill tracker or our priority agenda? No? All right. Well, then why don't we get right into talking about taxes? And, as Laura mentioned, and, we have all seen, the governor has issued did his press conference yesterday about his proposal on taxes. And so this resolution here obviously was written before that, and it is in draft form. I worked with both Jane Wallace and Brett Pettigrew on this. This language is something that is a little bit more, forward-leaning than what it could be if we would have done this in response to anything passing. This is something that, we legal felt comfortable with the language on this because nothing has passed yet. And so if this committee decides that this resolution, even with some, minor tweaks and changes to some of the language, if we felt as though this was worthy of passing here, Chair Hanowitz, it would be my request that we move this upstairs today, because we will want to have this passed and sent to our delegation, as soon as possible. So I will go ahead and open it up for questions about taxes and the resolution before you. Chair Hanowitz.
Well, thank you very much, and Laura, thank you for the update. First of all, I think the resolution is a great idea. I will say, so I reviewed it. The first paragraph where it says, whereas in fiscal year 2026, property taxes were utilized to fund 91.6% of the City of St. Petersburg public safety budget. I would say only enough, because it does, if you read the way you read it, it could indicate that part of that was used for other things. It wasn't enough to cover all of public safety, legal.
Yeah.
So you see what I'm saying? The way it reads.
Yeah.
So as opposed to only enough to 91 points. I don't know how the language. I haven't thought exactly how I want to read it, but the way I read it right now, it could suggest that the difference of whatever 8% was used for something else.
Right.
And then we could probably add language that says that we have a projected increase for 2027 in terms of public safety budget, which I think we do.
Projected increase in expenditures.
Yes, in expenditures or whatever. So I don't want to, we probably shouldn't put a percentage, but obviously showing that number is not decreasing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm sorry to
No,
kind of take your time, but I feel like this is probably more of a conversation, right? Because we're trying to get to something. I think, one of the concerns is that they keep saying that law enforcement, budgets are carved out, but it doesn't account for the growth, to your point.
Right.
And so, if we all just keep law enforcement kind of, frozen in amber with those budgets, and we aren't accounting for growth or even, increases in pay and increase in cost and all of that, I think to your point, that is an important piece of the conversation that's missing.
Right.
So I certainly understand and have made a note on both of those. Do you believe both of those would belong in that same whereas clause?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It should be at the beginning.
Got it.
And just fixing that sentence, and then maybe, afterwards, the projected increase.
Yep.
And to what you were indicating in terms of increasing costs. No one foresaw the cost of Axon, for instance, and that, right? Contract, which is in the tens of millions of dollars that we're spending. And there are costs like that, technology costs that are going to be increasing for policing. So there's things that I'm just saying, first of all, we're in a public meeting so people understand. It's not just employee costs, it's all these other costs that are increasing, and they have to show us. And by the way, Axon covers the body cam cameras, things that the public wants. I mean, these are real necessities in a police force of our age, not one back in the 1950s or whatever.
Modern policing.
Modern
Yes.
policing needs requires technology that somehow is very, very expensive. And it's not just the technology itself, but the storing of all that data and footage and the systems that are required for that. So I just want to put that out there for the public to kind of understand. I can't remember off the top of my head what the cost of that contract was for 12 years, but I want to say it was $80-something million or something like that. So that's that. In terms of, and then I'll pass it on to others. Look, in terms of property taxes, they're going to start this conversation. They clearly want to go down this road. When you talk about what our property taxes actually cover for our public safety, which I think everyone agrees is the first job of our government, it doesn't cover all of it, period. Like, that's the simple answer. It's not, police and fire are not completely covered by the property taxes that are collected. And that can blow everyone's mind, but that is a fact. And when the legislature is talking about cutting that substantially, you're shifting costs somewhere else, and you're gonna pay one way or the other.
Right.
And it doesn't just disappear. If it goes to commercial properties, then those are costs that are probably gonna be passed on to consumers in other ways. If it goes to our renters, those are costs that are paid by people in our community that are renting. So nothing is for free. So I think that they are gonna require us to keep our police budgets, so they are not funding it. So it's a mandate for us to maintain our budgets as it is while they're basically cutting off the funding source. So not that they're decreasing their funding sources, and if they have budgets that are, don't have deficits or whatever, and they obviously can have as much funding source as they want. I don't see them cutting their funding sources, but somehow our property taxes that basically fund our public safety needs at the local community level, that's what they're cutting. Imagine this, the legislature basically defunding the police and fire. And if they say that that's not true because they're requiring us to maintain certain levels, those levels are still increasing, and there is no plan right now to actually fund those services as they increase. So I'll leave it at that.
Well said, Madam Chair. I could not have said it better myself. Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you. And first of all, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Second whereas actually did come to my attention first, and so I just wanted to put something out there for consideration in concurrence with what Chair Hannah was just sharing in regards to that line. And I took away from that we didn't want to give the appearance that everything that we used totally went to that, but that we know that it's in a sense not enough. So something of the nature, and for your consideration, property taxes were utilized or substantially utilized to fund the City of St. Petersburg public safety budget, demonstrating that property tax revenue is imperative to the city's ability to provide police, fire, and emergency services with an expected rise in cost for the coming year, for the 2027 fiscal year, and then move on with the rest of the resolution. I didn't see anything else that I would have had an issue with, but removing that percentage to that point.
Can I read that back to you?
Yes.
Whereas in fiscal year 2026, property taxes were substantially utilized to fund the City of St. Petersburg public safety budget, demonstrating that property tax revenue is imperative to the city's ability to provide police, fire, and emergency services, and with an expected rise in costs.
In costs or expenses for the fiscal 2027 year.
All right. So we'll just have to, the sentence, it chops right there, but we'll fix that. So I just want to make sure I had the.
That's just to take the percentage out.
Yeah, got it. Okay. Legal, makes sense? Yep. Okay. All right. Anything else?
I'm good with that. Thank you,
Councilmember
Chair.
Fig Sanders? Okay. Yes.
I just want to add, and I agree, it's substantial, it substantially covers police and fire, but it doesn't cover all of it. And so we want, because if you say substantially, it suggests there's extra money. And I don't want to suggest there's any extra money. There's no extra money.
Yeah.
Only 90% of police and fire are covered by the property taxes that are collected. We're not using those property taxes for anything else but police and fire, and it's only 91.6% of it. So here's the thing, I didn't want to suggest language because I know
No,
can draft that language the right way, and then we can review it. But just because it's harder to just do this right now.
Yeah.
Without thinking through how it sounds.
Yeah.
So I just want it to be thought through. I agree, like it is substantial, but it's not enough, and I don't think we should wordsmith it without like legal thinking about how we should say this.
We will.
And trust me, we have thought of, we've gone back and forth
Yes.
behind the scenes to bring you something
Yes, I
that
agree.
at least was a starting point. So I appreciate, like, if we just have one paragraph, and maybe we have one or two, I don't want to be presumptuous, but if we just have one paragraph to wordsmith, we've got plenty of time between now and 4:30.
that sounds
So
good.
we'll make that happen.
Thank you.
So quick question, so we're not voting to move this forward today?
We would have to move it upstairs with the suggested
So that's
changes.
why,
Yeah.
we're not wordsmithing, but because
Yeah,
we're in
yeah.
the sunshine and we
Yes.
have to vote on this,
Yeah.
I do think that now is the time for us to actually be able to provide recommendations, whether you call it wordsmithing or not, to provide recommendations that I would feel comfortable in voting on.
I agree.
So I do, understand that it's not enough. I think all of us sitting here knows it's not enough.
Right.
That's an understatement.
I mean, we know our budget.
Yeah, we know
so-
that it's not enough, but okay, because I
Yeah.
thought we had to vote on this.
And both of your considerations are, I understand, and I think we're on the same page.
We're on
So
the- we're on the
we'll
same
make
page.
that happen.
Yeah, we're on the same page.
Councilmember Driscoll.
In terms of adding something about rising costs for 27, I would make it broader, because costs go up every year.
Year over year.
And so we don't want to talk about like just 1 year.
Okay.
And you may add that we have to cover the rising, this isn't the words, this is just me talking.
Yeah.
So we have to cover the rising costs in order to adequately protect our residents.
In order to adequately protect the men and women who do the job every day, too. I mean, I think there's an argument to be made for that. Yeah, so I think we're all on the same page with the spirit of what we want to see. But I appreciate those comments because it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if that needs to be an additional whereas, I kind of like it being all together, but if the statement about rising costs, if you were to make that another whereas right under that,
Yep.
I would be fine with that.
Okay, perfect. Anything else on the
I think that's
resolution?
all.
Are
I'm
you
happy,
good with
and-
all the other
And
clauses?
I really appreciate the work that you've done to bring this forward.
We were trying to be proactive and.
Well, so often,
Trying to guess what was going to happen too was not easy. I mean, literally, I think I emailed this to Kim and Janie like 6 weeks ago. Like, this is coming and what's the timing, right? So.
Right. I wish
Yeah.
all of our resolutions and letters and things could be anticipated and worked on in advance this much. So thank you for that.
That's why we love our council process. Councilmember Harding, would you like to weigh in?
Chair, I'm the alternate on this committee. Look
I
at
don't
this
care.
committee.
I don't
You think
care.
there's anything I can add to this?
Oh, please. Yes, always, always.
You've done a wonderful job, and your support from the rest of the committee, I think, is phenomenal. I'm good. Thank you very much.
All right, very good. So we have our feedback. Administration, any further feedback that you want us to consider as we wordsmith this to take it upstairs today?
I mean, Dave, is there anything you want to talk through? I know we haven't had the language too long.
I know.
Yeah.
That was going to be some of my questions,
Yes.
aside from even this verbiage, is
Yes.
just, I guess, my first thought.
Yeah.
And I saw y'all last night at City Hall on tour, but
Yeah.
not the appropriate time to bring up. We wanted to enjoy ourselves and not talk too much
Yes.
shop. So, I think that the first thing that goes to my mind when I start to read what this proposal is that now it's even, I think, more complicated
Yeah.
because there is implications to the cap on non-homesteaded. So that would be going from 10 to 5. Then there is, the phased in elimination. So it's to 250,000 at first. But this might be my question for Laura. There's this whole piece. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's 150 first.
Okay, then 250.
Then 250. Yeah, just.
And then the language says something about, and let me go back to it here because I've got like 45 things pulled up about this. It talks about requires lawmakers to establish a timeline for the full elimination of property taxes on primary residence. So what is the conversation in Tallahassee about this? Because I think of this almost like some other things that we've seen. I remember there one time being something with like FWC where, the legislature was supposed to create a process by which such and such would happen. Nothing happened because the legislature never created a process by which that would be implemented. What are we hearing as far as this establishment of a timeline?
I mean, to your point, that's what the conversation has been so far is, the governor's plan requires the legislature to create a plan to permanently eliminate property taxes.
Yeah.
What does that plan look like?
Right.
They don't have one. So that is something that is going to be up for discussion next week. And we'll see what their plan looks like. But, we haven't seen anything yet. It's just, that's what he rolled out and what you see before you, so.
Yeah.
The information for you.
Yeah, we're all like kind of just guessing at this point. Residency requirement. This is another piece that I think is really interesting considering the fact that 5-6 years ago, we were encouraging everyone to move to Florida. Yet now, we want to punish people who are moving to Florida and who create this as their homestead within any time less than 5 years. It's a very interesting part of the proposal, one I was actually quite shocked to see. What do we think the appetite is on that in Tallahassee? I mean, I guess really the question is, do we think that this is going to get chopped up at all in their special session, or is this just going to get rubber stamped?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. What I'm hearing is they're just going to pass this proposal and go home. But, obviously that could change in an hour, but that's just kind of what the chatter is at this point. It's all very, very fresh.
I mean, and I'll be interested to see how that whole piece kind of shakes itself out and where that ends up, because that to me is just, I don't even understand how, just feels like a stretch too far, right?
And I think you've really laid out, even as we were looking at this, how to bring the impacts of this to you all is difficult. Just the increase 150 to 250, over the next 2 years, then eventually 500 ? The changing on the 5-year residency requirement to get that benefit, the decrease in the annual property tax. You've outlined all of those. New changes with the indexation to inflation. Another one you talked about directing the legislature to create a trust fund for implementation of this bill. What is that going to look like?
Well, and we know how trust funds get used in Tallahassee, so that'll be pretty ineffective, I'm sure, if I had a crystal ball.
Yes, and I think looking at this, one of the things that strikes is it does not feel like the governor is playing fair on this one. In the conforming bill, there's a requirement that the property appraiser mail out notices about this referendum, and you look at it, the language that is going to be put on the ballot is significantly longer than the language you all as council can put for any referendum. And the hard work that you and legal have done to come up with language to match for some of the things that we have up. So this is going to be very complicated. We're I know we've got the Florida city managers, county and city managers conference happening right now. They'll be discussing that with Florida League of Cities. We'll be talking about this as well. So as a coalition, and I think we talked a lot about partnership. We'll be talking more about how we make sure residents are informed within the legal parameters that we have been given about what these impacts would be.
Well, and you mentioned the Florida League of Cities. I would be remiss if I didn't let council know that the basis of this resolution did start with a resolution example that the League of Cities had provided. So, you know, we didn't start from scratch on this. This is something that the League of Cities is also, you know, as David said, you know, paying very close attention to and is advising, especially, you know, some of the smaller municipalities who don't have the same bandwidth that we have. So similar language will probably be coming out of those bodies as well. Councilmember Harding?
Chair, I would like to just back up a step for those watching, just to make sure. Will you or David, or you and David, address why we're doing this? This is non-binding.
Yeah.
This is a statement made by council, but I don't think everyone, or by
Right.
administration, but I don't think everyone understands why would we do this?
Right. Well, I think for me, if I'm speaking just as the chair of this committee, I think that, you know, it's city council's responsibility to make sure that anytime the legislature is doing something that could potentially harm our community, that we speak out with one voice as a collective body. A resolution is our only real way to do that. So, you know, that's why we bring these things forward. We don't use this a lot. We use it when it's something that is really very vital to our community. And so this is really us coming forward collectively and saying, we urge the legislature to use caution when it comes to this proposal, because we know that this will have detrimental effects on our city. And so that really is the reason for doing so that we as a body that lives in the sunshine can collectively discuss, put our opinion forward collectively, and, you know, hopefully maybe be able to effectuate change.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure everyone understood that this
Yeah.
is your local government speaking out on
Right.
behalf of what could happen.
Yeah.
But this is non-binding.
No, the legislature can still do as they wish, as they always do.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Yes, Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. And of course, this, just so everyone knows, this is also transmitted to Tallahassee
Yes.
upon adoption. So it's not something that stays in the house, so to
Yeah.
speak, and on a shelf, but it is actually sent out. Also, there are some, and Janine, maybe you can help me with that, because I'm thinking this is one of the ways that we can be proactive in letting people know how city council feels about this, because once this is placed on the ballot, the rules are a little bit different as to how the city, Big C city officials can talk about ballot items, right?
Right.
So tell us just a little bit about that.
There are restrictions in place for once an item has been placed on the ballot. So the city would not be able to use city resources to advocate one way or another for a ballot measure. We can provide information, but we have to be very careful about the objectivity of the information that we provide.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think it's more important to be vocal about this now while we can.
Yeah.
So I think that's just another reason why I will strongly support this. Hopefully it will be unanimous and we'll be able to send that big message while we can.
Amen.
Thank you.
Yes, Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you, Chair. I assume this is happening, but Tom is working on the numbers and what we're looking at, because just to put it out there, the last time we were talking about a homestead exemption of 25,000, that number was close to 19 million hitting our budget.
Yep.
So that's a $19 million reduction in property taxes that are not completely covering our police and fire.
Yep.
So that's 19 million. If you're talking right now, what numbers are they talking about? That's an extra $25,000 homestead exemption. We're looking at how much more? 75? Is it 75?
Yeah, I can.
No, 100. What is
Yeah,
it?
so Mr. Green wasn't available this morning. The estimated ad valorem revenue
Oh,
loss of the proposal, now this is based on the 2025 values, you don't get the 2026 until next month, as you all know. If it was the full total 200,000, additional, it'd be 74.77 million, essentially, 765 million. So 74.765.
Okay, so when you're talking 74 million, and we have what we pay in police and fire, and off the top of my head, it's somewhere in the $200 million. That is not an intersection mural. That is literally, I mean, when they're going through all these, you know, culture wars and all this stuff and government spending and blah, blah, blah. This is literally going and destroying a budget. That's 70-something million dollars that are going to police and fire right now, and we're not even covering it all. And then they're gonna be like, well, you're gonna still have to do it. Because you can find that type of money under a seat cushion. Okay.
Again, couldn't have said it better myself.
The budget team is working. He wasn't available this morning, but we'll absolutely, obviously, be in touch with you all.
And I know property appraiser Twitty is trying to respond very quickly to what is coming out of Tallahassee, and I'm sure we'll be creating these, you know, like the modeling that he did when there was, what, 8 or 9 different proposals. Now at least there's one, so I'm sure him and his team are working very, very quickly on it, as he always is, and so just a shout out to Mike Twitty, because Lord knows his job has become even more difficult this year, and how much we appreciate him as the city. So I'm sure him and Tom will be in touch. Yes.
And if I can add one more thing, just as we were talking about the education piece of this, obviously we have a very transparent budget process. You all are an active piece of that, the key piece of that. But if residents want to know exactly how their property taxes are being spent, they can go to www.stpete.org/property tax. The marketing team and budget have developed a web page that breaks down the tax dollars, the split between county, city, schools, and then special districts, and then specifically how the city uses your property tax dollars, and breaks that out going all the way back to 2019. So as Councilmember Driscoll rushed, there is education that we are allowed to, very specific, and you know, they can find that education and information on the website already.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And thank you to marketing and the budget team for being proactive on that. So, okay, so we have a resolution in front of us with some recommended changes.
Move approval.
Move approval. All in favor? Aye. Okay, seeing everyone in favor, we will move this upstairs today, Madam Chair?
Yep.
Okay, we'll make sure that we have it all ready to go. Thank you. The last thing on the state agenda, because we did talk a little bit about the appropriations already. Was there anything else with appropriations that you wanted to mention?
No,
Are
I
we good on
think
that?
that's it for right
Okay.
now.
I do
Oh,
have a
I'm
question
sorry.
about
Please.
that.
Yes.
Sorry. As you know, some of our local delegation in Tallahassee showed a strong commitment to trying to get some funding to help with recovery from the fire at the USF College of Marine Science and the Florida Institute of Oceanography. The latest that I've heard from one of them is that there's a hesitation right now because insurance hasn't gone through. But I was wondering if either you or Laura could tell me what the sentiment is, if not any action. Is there a general positive response to that? That once insurance is worked out and we know what the need is, that there will be support?
Yes, so I spoke with USF's Government Affairs this morning ahead of this. So exactly what you said, the insurance process kind of needs to play out a little further to understand what the unmet need is. I don't want to get too ahead of them and where their negotiations are about what would be in the budget, but they did sound positive as far as the commitment of our delegation, first and foremost, which I would consider steadfast, and then moving that through the process from there. So as I know you're just as connected to the U.S. as I am, but we'll keep an eye on it and, of course, support them how we can.
Great, thank you. And while we're on that topic, I just want you all to know that yesterday, the Florida Institute of Oceanography, one of their research vessels, the Weatherbird, set sail for its next research mission, and the students had made signs and everything, and the people at the hub had made big hearts to wave at them. If you look at their socials, you'll see it. And they gave a shout out to St. Petersburg for showing support. But it was really encouraging to see kind of the mission going on.
Yes.
In spite of everything that's happened. So they are working with what they can, and I'm happy to hear that there appears to be some support that's ready at the right time.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, thank you.
All right, anything else on appropriations? No? Okay, so I have also shared with you all for information and discussion in the sunshine, a letter that I wrote regarding Elevate Florida. So as we all know, the state released the Elevate Florida program right after Hurricanes Helene and Milton. And at that point in time, we were told that they were going to elevate all of these homes within a 6 to 9 month process. And it would be fantastic. It would be an expedited process for residents who qualified. And, you know, we are now 20 months later, and not a single home has actually been elevated through the program. And Councilmember Harding and myself, I'm sure you're hearing it at every meeting that you go to, every time you speak with residents, the frustration. I continue to hear this, and unfortunately, as a city and city council members, we are very handicapped in our ability to be able to do anything to move people through this program. But what we're not handicapped in doing is lifting our voices and making sure that we are continuing to hold Tallahassee accountable to what they have promised to the residents that we serve. So the best way I felt like at the point where, you know, my frustration boiled over was to write a letter and send that to our delegation. Chair DeSigley, who is the chair of our delegation this year, I am happy to report within not even 12 hours of getting this letter had called me twice in the same day. First time just to say he got it, the second time to provide some updates. And I have also spoken with Representative Cross, and Representative Cheney has responded via email. They all understand the frustration that the residents are going through because they are hearing it as well. So I had a pretty in-depth conversation with Senator DeSigley last Thursday, and he has requested, and I know that I have seen your office has sent this out as well, Councilmember Harding, for us to collect the names and information of residents that we serve so that we can provide him with a list of those so that he can go to FDEM and, you know, essentially work on the behalf of these residents. So I have posted online, I have shared this, I have sent this to our neighborhood presidents to also share this. I know Councilmember Harding, I've seen online that you have done the same. And so really, if there are any residents that are listening who are wanting to get answers, please send information to their council members. It's real simple, just sending name, address, case number, and the status of what they were last told is enough to help our senator and our representatives to be able to follow up directly with FDEM. So that is my first piece of the update. The second piece is that what they understand at this point in time from Senator DeSigley is that whenever all of these applications went through FDEM in the state for their approval, the decision was made, I believe, at an administrative change in Washington, that all of those applications then had to be sent to FEMA, and now FEMA is sitting on them, going through them, and doing approvals. So what my ask has been is there a way that the state can work with the federal government to approve this in a batch instead of approving them individually? Because they've already gone through the process that the state has laid out. And if it's just a look it over and make sure that, we are going to give this money to the state of Florida, so be it. That's fine. I understand that checks and balances. What I don't understand is this desire for FEMA to now go through them all individually as well. Anyone who's ever dealt with a FEMA grant for elevation knows that the process to get an approval through FEMA can be 1-2 years. People have already waited 20 months. There are people out of their homes still paying rent and a mortgage and no end in sight for these dollars. Another thing that came to my attention from speaking with some residents directly is that there have been some requests of residents to go ahead and give the state their 25% match now, even though they don't have full approval. One resident told me that she was worried because she refused to do that, which I told her I wouldn't have done it either. I'm not going to give the state 25% of hundreds of thousands of dollars for them to sit on it and maybe approve at some point. She was very worried that at that point her application went to the bottom of the pile and/or was removed. She was not sure what the status was after she refused to give them that money. I have heard there are other residents who have already given that money and still have no answers. I have elevated this concern also to Senator DeSigley and Representative Cross. Representative Cross wanted me to share with all of you that she has a meeting scheduled tomorrow when she's in Tallahassee with Secretary Guthrie himself. It was supposed to originally be with just their staff, and he is coming back to Tallahassee to meet with her directly. So, any information that residents can provide to us that we can then pass along. Tricia and Kim have been working together to kind of compile all of this information. We're happy to pass that along in a packet. So please share so that we can advocate on behalf of our residents and hopefully be able to get this money released. The state has a lot of money. And if they were committed to doing this program, they could have just fronted the money and worked with FEMA to get it back on the back end. They've done that for a whole lot of other things, a lot less important. And here we are trying to continue to elevate, pun intended, this particular program. And so hopefully the state will hear the cries of the residents and they will respond. But I did not want to do this work just, in a silo or outside of the sunshine. I wanted to do it with all of you, so that's why I brought it to you today. And if there are any questions I can answer, I'd be happy to do so. Councilmember Fig-Sanders.
Thank you. So, first of all, when do you need the information with the name, address? And
as soon as possible. We can continue to batch it and send it over to them, as time goes on, if more residents hear about this and they reach out. And even you have, one that you want us to forward on. Obviously, your office knows how to reach our delegation as well. I think the more information that we can arm our representatives with when they are going to meet with FDEM, the better off they're going to be.
All right, so I'll just send something out in the newsletter to ask those residents if they've been impacted or if they've even applied for this program. And then the second question is, would these same residents, although they were eligible for Elevate Florida, would they have also been eligible for other programs, or did they apply? Would that take any type of consideration away from their applications if they have multiple?
You mean like if they also went through Sunrise St. Pete?
Or any other programs, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably a question that we would have needed Aubrey to be here for. Maybe we can kind of follow up on all of that and get a response back. Kim is writing it down right now. So, I think that certainly if there is another program that moves them forward faster, we, would encourage that. But, the problem with all of these programs, not the problem, but, the intricacy of all of these programs is that so many times, they're based upon area median income, and certain percentages of that funding have to go to certain median incomes. And so that might disqualify somebody from one program, but continue to allow them to be qualified for another. And there's a lot of nuance to that. I don't think as council members, we necessarily want to be in the weeds trying to help people figure that out. I look at us more as the conduit to making sure that whatever resources are available are getting trickled down to our residents
And I
sooner.
wasn't recommending that we get in the weeds.
Yeah.
I'm inquiring because I know when after the last hurricane hit and we were going through the FEMA process, and a lot of our residents were getting back to us saying, we can't apply for this because they already have us applying for this,
Duplicative,
and we
yeah.
can't do that. So I'm wondering if the hesitation on this program may also be an unintended consequences of applying for others. So that's, so no, I'm not suggesting that we get in the weeds, but if they're coming to us for answers, that would be a good one to have an answer to.
Yeah. We can do a kind of quick update for everyone. I did ask last week for an update on Sunrise St. Pete just in email form, just because I think, we're getting ready to come up on council break, and, a month or 6 weeks is going to fly right by, and it'll be July before we know it. So I just asked for an email update just to see if we could, make sure council is in the loop, because I'm not sure when that update will come to HOUT again. So,
Okay, thank you.
absolutely. Councilmember Harding?
Chair, thank you for your leadership in this. Amazingly enough, and to be clear, this was your work, and we used it for our district. And
Many hands make light work.
That's correct, and thank you for that. And 14 people reached out in minutes. And this is a good example of great intentions grinding through government bureaucracy, which is unfortunate. So I appreciate your efforts in this, and hopefully we can add to speeding up this process. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for your advocacy, because I know you have a lot of residents that are impacted.
A couple.
So, yeah. In Riviera Bay, we were talking in a meeting a week or so ago about how noisy is too noisy to get the state to listen to the residents of the city of St. Pete. And I said, well, I'm willing to be as noisy as my colleagues are. And so I hope that you will join me in this, because we do have the attention of our delegation, and they certainly stand with us, and will continue to beat that drum, but they just need ammunition to do it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Chair,
yes.
Add real quickly that Rob and I were gonna talk about this in the federal update. But I think
Oh,
it's very
well, there you go.
relevant to your situation. So, and what you're speaking about here, in the time since we've, I believe, last spoken, Department of Homeland Security, one, has been funded, so to speak, in a complicated process, but there is a new DHS secretary overseeing that, and a new FEMA director has been appointed, and I feel that those are very relevant. One of the things that was holding up some of the progress we were getting on FEMA-related items is that the former DHS secretary required any contract over $100,000 to be personally reviewed by her. The new DHS secretary has said, and that includes these types of things, the new DHS secretary says he's ending that process. The new FEMA director, Rob can speak a little bit more about that, but he does have some experience in doing this, so I think there's some confidence in his ability to execute. And then specifically as it comes to raising these concerns, I'll be traveling to the Conference of Mayors conference next week. Typically FEMA does have folks there to speak directly with local leadership. So any of those cases that you've identified who are having issues with Elevate Florida, I'd be happy to take those as well, and make sure, as you mentioned, there's a secondary review process happening at the FEMA level. So to share that advocacy as well, I'm happy to do so.
Thank you.
Anytime you have those early next week, I'll make sure to bring those with me.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, because I do think there is a role for our federal lobbyists to play in this work. And I mean, I think because I go back and I think about all the work that I did with FEMA, even as a flood insurance advocate, even before I was on city council. And I know even then how broken their processes were. There has been no meaningful, substantial legislation that has fixed FEMA administrative processes. If anything, I think they have become even more burdensome for our individual residents who are trying to go through any sort of elevation mitigation grant. And I know that they just opened up the FMA grants again, but who's going to want to even apply to that when they see that Elevate Florida is stuck in a FEMA process, right? And we as a community and a coastal community continue to advocate for people to utilize these resources to mitigate and elevate their structures to get them up out of harm's way. Where is the incentive for them when they see people waiting all of this time? So we got to get this Elevate Florida thing moving forward so that people can see progress. Because when there is no progress after so much time, people give up. And we don't want people to give up, right? And we don't want people to feel hopeless. So thank you for any advocacy that you can do. And then Rob, you are here with us, so you are hearing all of this conversation. So unless there's anything else, maybe it's a good time to go ahead and turn it over to Rob. Okay, Rob, we'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great. Got a lot to update you on. It's been a busy April and May work period in Washington, D.C. I'll start really where David just picked up with. We successfully had the last and final of the 12 federal agency appropriations bills passed, which was the Department of Homeland Security funding for FY26. Why that was so important, as you all remember, that carried our final 2 community project funding requests. So those were successfully signed into law, approximately $1 million each for those 2 final programs, the MLK Street South flooding remediation and the 88th Avenue North storm drainage improvements, bringing our total for the year to $3.5 million in successful community project funding requests signed into law. So I want to start by saying thank you to the combined efforts of the mayor and the council, as well as obviously our delegation in supporting those, and Congressmember Castor and Congressmember Luna, but a good outcome for us on the CPS. And I know David will give a brief update on our FY27 requests, which have been submitted and are moving through the process. And that's the line that's going on right now in Washington. We're deep into budget hearing season. President's budget request was submitted earlier at the start of the month. Congress has been holding hearings with each of those agencies, reviewing those requests, and again, our FY27 projects will continue to move through that process, and we're watching that closely. We'll come back to that in more detail. A couple of major pieces of legislation. As I said, this has been an active period for the Congress in a positive way. First, I want to touch on the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill, which I've brought to your attention a few times in previous meetings. The House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure held a successful and bipartisan markup of that very important legislation. This reauthorizes the national programs for the next 5 years that touch everything, think roads, bridges, public transit, etc. A robust bill called the Build America 250 Act has moved out of that committee now to the full House for consideration. $580 billion through FY31, so this will fund all of those programs for the next 5 years. This is the reauthorization of essentially the infrastructure law that was passed in 2021. A couple notable pieces, includes a record amount for bridge infrastructure repair, $45 billion. That's a $5 billion increase over the infrastructure law itself, so very positive outcome on the bridge front. Creates a new $12 billion surface transportation acceleration grant program for local and regional projects. So we're paying close attention to projects in the ballpark of $5 to $25 million. So we'll be watching that very closely as the details of the funding requirements come out for that. And notably, and this is more just a macro comment, and it imposes for the first time a fee on electric vehicles to contribute to the Federal Highway Trust Fund. which is a new source of revenue for the first time into that important pot of money. But really good momentum on surface transportation reauthorization, which again will fund those programs for the next 5 years. Just last week, the House passed the 21st Century Road to Housing Act on a strong bipartisan basis, 396 to 13. This is the companion piece of housing legislation that passed the Senate a few months back. They are not exactly the same, but relatively close. So that bill now returns to the Senate for further negotiation into a conferencing process, which will then hopefully lead to that housing legislation moving on to the president's desk. A couple of important things in there includes a ban on corporate investors from buying single-family homes, provides significant increased access to small dollar mortgages and higher loan limits for FHA mortgages, and significant relaxation on regulations for manufactured homes. That's kind of some of the highlights, but again, a major piece of housing legislation moving through the Congress as we speak. Notably, what it does not contain is any additional funding for HUD or any of those national housing programs itself. And the last two that we're still paying attention to closely are the Water Resources Development Act. This is the biennial reauthorization of Army Corps' projects and efforts, so we're watching that. Still quite a bit of way to go on WRDA, as it's known, but that is starting to move through its committee, as well as the Farm Bill, which contains a number of SNAP-related provisions that the city cares about. The House has passed its version on a somewhat partisan basis. The vote was from 224 to 200 early in the month, or at the very end of April. Senate has yet to act on its version of the Farm Bill, but again, with the SNAP and nutrition-related programs there that we've you have cared quite a bit of in the past. We're watching that very closely. Just two other notes, as David mentioned, on the FEMA front, we do have a new, currently acting director of FEMA by the name of Cameron Hamilton, awaiting Senate confirmation. A lot of backstory there, which David alluded to. Cameron is coming back into the role as FEMA director. He had previously served in this function earlier in 2025, was relieved of those duties, and now is being brought back in again, demonstrating just really an enormous amount of churn at the top of the DHS and FEMA leadership, which David alluded to, but we'll continue to stay engaged there. And I heard all the commentary loud and clear on the Elevate program, and we'll certainly put our heads together, as David mentioned, with upcoming opportunities to interface with the agency and carry your message there forward on that. And then last piece, because we now have essentially all of our FY26 appropriations passed, we are seeing some robust agency discretionary grant opportunities. Again, kudos to the city and then Aubrey and the team for continuing to scrub those in detail. I believe just this week we're submitting the $16 million Department of Transportation Safe Streets for All grant request applications. So again, we'll continue to advocate on those and future grants as we move forward. And I will stop there, and as always, welcome any of your questions, and thanks for making time today.
All right, thank you, Rob. Thank you for the very thorough update. David, do you have anything you want to add before we go to council member comments?
Yeah, I'll just real quickly touch on the appropriations projects. So as Rob mentioned, we did close out finally FY26, and so looking forward to moving those projects forward and celebrating those awards. For FY27, so just to recap the process, I think for everybody listening, when we submit the projects, we have this full list that's on the tracker. The members of Congress, Representative Luna, Representative Castor, look at that, what we submit, decide which ones they would like to advance. From there, it is taken to a subcommittee within the Appropriations Committee, and they kind kind of determine the funding amount or if the project will get funded. That subcommittee mark is pretty much, and every time we have done this, has been the final amount that is approved in the broader appropriations bill. So that's why we take such a big note of it. To date, 4 of the committees that we have submitted to have met, and all 4 of them have approved funding to some degree of the projects that we are requesting. So I'll just quickly go over those. For the St. Pete Police Department Real-Time Intelligence Center, $1 million was recommended for that project. For the downtown water main replacement, $750,000 was recommended. For the Oberle generator replacement project, $700,000, and for the Mirror Lake Community Library, $500,000. And then we have 2 outstanding requests that are in the DHS category. That committee has not met yet. They will not do so for a couple of weeks, but that is the 88th Avenue Storm Drainage Improvements Project. That's one that we went back again because we were unclear on what was going to happen with FY26, but it is slightly modified. And then there's a Bear Creek Storm Drainage Project, or it's wet weather, but stormwater improvements project that we are waiting to hear back on as well. And then Rob touched on the majority of the legislation. Again, we'll keep that conversation coming. I know the last time that we spoke at Lair, there was an interest in the committee on doing more resolutions and things like that to be engaged. It's kind of you all's prerogative on when you want to do them, but I just want to make sure that that I'm available in any way that you need, particularly as these federal pieces happen and they take a little longer to move through the process. There to work with you and your aides on developing those resolutions for any of those bills that Rob has mentioned. So.
Very good, thank you. And on behalf of District 2, thank you for continuing to advocate on the 88th drainage improvements. Very excited about that project. So, all right, council members, Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, Rob, for the update, and David for that additional information. I just wanted to back out to what Rob said early on regarding the surface transportation reauthorization. I know you all have heard me talk for the last few months about the Basics Act that came forward in February. Elements of the Basics Act have been rolled into this, and so it's actually a great victory. I wanted to point out a couple of the things that mean a lot for us in St. Petersburg is regarding bridges. There is a higher percentage of the funding for bridges will go to local bridge projects, and it is, 25%. The states, there's a requirement that states set aside 25% of the funds to run a competitive process to fund locally owned bridge projects. And so that's, so we've got some good improvements in the opportunities to get funding for bridges, which that was like the biggest thing in there for us. And then also the Safe Streets and Roads for All program has been very successful. Unfortunately, the folks in DC recognize that success, and so that is continuing. And then they're going to have more grant opportunities that are direct to local instead of going from fed to state and then maybe to us. So I just wanted to point out the highlights for that that apply to St. Petersburg the most. But having that markup done and having some new ideas and new approaches rolled into that was really really important and something we can celebrate. Thank you.
Absolutely, and thank you for pointing out the piece about the bridges. That, I think one of the first things that my mind kind of goes to is, we've been talking about our marina project, and one of the reasons for the increase over what we had seen before is because the bridge is included in that total project. we have concerns about how we're going to fund the entire project once the TIF money runs out. So if there was an opportunity to get the bridge funded through this program, or at least a substantial portion of it, that could be a complementary funding source to that project.
Yes.
So that's just like one example. I mean, I know we've got bridges everywhere that need to be worked on, but that's one that has been very prominent in our conversations lately. And, you know, I continue to share concern about how we are going to ultimately fund that entire project. And so if the bridge could be funded elsewhere, let's go for it.
Absolutely.
So just kind of wanted to add on to that.
Yep.
Any other questions for the federal update or anything that is on the funding tracker or any of the bill tracker? No? All right. Well, a lot of information, a lot of ground covered today. Anything legal that we are missing? Anything we needed clarification on?
Nope.
No? All right. Anything else, City Council, that was not on the agenda that you all would like to discuss, committee members? All right. Well, we will not have another LAIR meeting until August 20th, which is quite some time. Yes, please.
Committee Chair Gabbard, I think it was our last meeting that you were unfortunately not able to be here.
Yeah, I was sick that day, yeah.
You may recall, because I'm sure you got caught up, we had a nice discussion about, in agreement that there should be more.
Yes.
And so you saying that the next one isn't until August made me think about that. And we also suggested that if scheduling is an issue, we could ask for updates in the form of report item to City Council from David as needed, as something comes up. And so I don't know if, since it was unfortunate that you weren't there.
I was
because you're the
listening
chair.
from home with my laryngitis and very sick, but I was listening in real time. So yes, I would love to have that conversation.
Yeah, I just wonder, since we're in the sunshine, if there's been any conversation about what might that look like. Because I think the spirit or the general theme was we need more of this so that we can have these resolutions on time, so that we do have a better opportunity to all be on the same page. And with things moving quickly and curiously in both Tallahassee and DC these days, I am still very supportive of having more of this.
I agree. So, you know, we did take a look at the schedule for this year, and we didn't see a lot of room to add more meetings, unfortunately. So, you know, August is the soonest that we can have another standalone layer. However, I agree with you, and I think that property taxes is probably a great example, right, of where we could have that as a report item to City Council. I would be happy as the LAIR chair to continue to monitor and put forward report items as we see things that need to be discussed. I have no problem doing that, and so certainly that would be one of the places we could do that. We could also have those things brought as new business items to go to another committee, BF&T, for instance. You know, I'm very open to that as well. If we had more meetings, of course, I would want to keep it here for us to have those conversations. But recognizing our schedule is so tight, I am not going to have any heartburn with anyone taking something out of this committee if it needs to be discussed and can be accommodated in another committee in a sooner time. So I'm really pretty agnostic to that. Like, if that's how the process has to flow, as chair, I'm not going to take offense to that whatsoever. So I can be helpful as the chair in making sure that we can elevate to all of council whenever appropriate. If I see something that we need to discuss in another committee, I'm always happy to do a new business item, but every single council member can also do that if they see something coming that they want to discuss sooner. So yeah, I think that maybe, you know, when this council does their calendar setting for next year, it won't be you and I doing that. So, you know, maybe that's something for consideration as Tallahassee continues to throw a lot at local governments. Maybe there's consideration for having a discussion about what Lair looks like moving into the future.
Okay.
But yeah, I think, you know, your point was very heard. I agree with you. You know, even trying to get all of this into just today's meeting was a lot. So, you know, I appreciate the advocacy, and we'll continue to keep our finger in the pulse on what's happening.
All right.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything else? All right, very good. Well, with that, meeting adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Committee of the Whole of May 28th, 2026. Clerk, can I have a roll call?
Big Sanders. Driscoll.
Here.
Gibbons.
Here.
Lloyd. Here. Curtis.
Here.
Gabbert.
Here.
Harding. Here. Hanowitz.
Here. Committee members, we have an agenda before us. I'll entertain the motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
We have the minutes from May 7th, 2026. I'll entertain a motion for approval. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we move on to the new business. We have 2 items today. The first one is a discussion of the purpose and role of the City Beautiful Commission. And the second item is co-sponsorship agreement for special events. These were both my new business items. The first business item, I brought up the purpose and role of the City Beautiful Commission because since I've been on City Council, we literally have not had any reports to City Council on what the City Beautiful Commission does. I think it's extremely important to understand the purpose and role of a committee and for that committee to also understand its purpose and role, because then that way they can perform what their purpose and role is. And this conversation hasn't happened in God knows how long. And I will start off with just saying what the 1961 resolution said about the purpose and role of the committee and the 1993 resolution from City Council. The 1961 established the City Beautiful Commission. It was a committee back then. It was changed to commission, the name commission later. But that the duties of this committee shall be to work with and cooperate with different civic and other organizations in the city of St. Petersburg to formulate a unified beautification program and to correlate beautification work being carried on in this city, to consult with and to advise the City Council in matters pertaining to the beautification of the city. And in 1993, City Council said for the purpose, that its role is for the purpose of formulating a unified beautification plan and to consult and advise the City Council in matters pertaining to the beautification of the city. So I don't know of any unified beautification plan we have. I don't know of any updates we've had in terms of what the role is of the City Beautification Commission. They do a lot of great work. It's extremely important. I think we all have stuff in our areas that we look at and like, okay, can this be improved and made better and made nicer? And so it's just a great starting point, I think, to have this conversation. First of all, I want to acknowledge Council Member Gibbons, who serves on the committee. We've had other council members who have served on the committee that are here present, and so their input would be great in terms of the committee work. I don't think we need to get into the weeds of everything that the committee needs to do and figure out everything, but this is kind of a starting point of having the conversation of how can this be better and serve our community as it was formulated to serve our community. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Mike.
Perfect. Well, good morning. I'm Mike Jeffries, Community Enrichment Administrator, and the chair's already gone over half of our slides with her opening, so we'll jump right into it. But basically, the CBC, as chair indicated, started back in 1961, and again, the purpose was to advise the City Council in matters pertaining to beautification of the city. That was in July of '61. And then in '93, there was an update that established that the committee, basically the purpose was formulating a unified beautification plan and consult with and advise the City Council in matters pertaining to the beautification of the city. That's pretty broad brushstroke. That's pretty 50,000-foot view. And then in 1967, the committee started the City Beautification Award ceremony, which I know most, if not all of you, have attended those and participated in those. So we felt that it would be important to give you a bit of history, just kind of where the committee came from and what the committee is currently doing. So we'll go to the next slide. In 1977, basically, we molded in the Gazella Copsic Arboretum into the City Beautiful Committee, and basically it was the role of the committee to disperse the funds. The City Beautiful Commission would disperse those funds as needed and help oversee the Arboretum. In 1980, There was a gift that came in from Miss Holland, and again, that was to benefit the Arboretum, and the City Beautiful Commission oversaw that function as well. And then in 2018, most current, kind of recent history, the CBC retains all presently existing authority to direct expenditures made from the COPSIC operating fund. What the committee has been used for, so the committee is housed in the Parks and Rec Department currently. The meetings take place at our admin building, and we have a staff person who basically takes notes and and helps with keeping the committee kind of within the guardrails. We also have always had a legal representative at the meetings as well to offer any, answer any questions or provide any guidance as needed. So that's been kind of how that committee has functioned. Throughout the years, I've looked at kind of the file, and the committee has been used for different things since the 60s. And again, some of the files are pretty sparse. There's not a lot of detail. But as current issues surfaced, the committee was kind of used as an ad hoc by council. Most recent would be kind of the urban forestry, kind of the tree issues that we've been chatting about. So that was something that was kind of brought forward by the city council rep to the committee. It was something that the committee then discussed and then offered input on. So that really is sort of a past, current. As we look at the future, I think there are a lot of possibilities. There are a lot of options. We have Brett here with legal, obviously, to answer any questions that that may come up from a legal standpoint. But the chair and I have spoke a lot about this committee. There are some great points that she's brought forward that I think are important to talk about. The frequency of the meetings. So currently, this committee meets monthly. Is that the right timeline? What is the current mission of the committee? What are the objectives? What are the deliverables of this committee? And do those deliverables and does that mission need to be better defined? I think one of the concepts that the chair and I have discussed is getting outside organizations more involved. And for instance, some examples would be Keep Pinellas Beautiful, the Downtown Waterfront Parks Foundation, different organizations that may want to participate in the beautification of the city. And I think when we say beautification of the city, that's such a general topic that there are a lot of components, neighborhood associations, that CONA that could plug in and could be involved in that as well. Some of the issues that are out there, as I've talked to Brett, I think that the committee at a bare minimum would need to exist because of that clause about dispersing the COPSIC funds. So I think at a bare minimum, that would be something that the City Beautiful Commission would need to do. Maybe, and we're just providing kind of speaking points and let you all discuss it. But I think, we would need at least a minimum of one meeting per year to get that disbursement of funds moving forward. The other thing is we could shift to a model where it's more like youth and family services, where it's an as needed, scheduled as needed, as issues come up with council that you would like to have this committee participate in, be involved in. So those are just some of the jumping off points. We're happy to answer any questions and participate in the discussion.
Thank you. And then before I turn it over to questions, I did, when it was mentioned about having other organizations be involved, part of the function of the committee was to kind of collaborate with different organizations in the city to make sure there is a unified vision and kind of coalesce in a way. And so one of the things that we could do, besides talk about the purpose and role, talk about membership in the committee. Can you have a representative from CONA? Can you have a representative from the Chamber? Can you have a representative from the Waterfront Parks Foundation? By the way, I've reached out to those organizations and they're all willing to also be part of it. And I think that's helpful because they also bring a level of expertise or knowledge in their areas. I know the Chamber in the past, when I looked at some of the history of the committee, they do like different projects, and the Chamber took on different projects with businesses and corridors and stuff that had to do with beautification, and there was a unified vision with that. So then you're coalescing these different organizations to kind of bring these elements together. At this point, the commission members are just, they're residents in the city, which is great, but you don't have that representation from these different organizations, and there hasn't been anything to indicate that there has been this work happening that is part of the reason why the commission was established. And I want to just turn it over a little bit to Brett before we get to questions, because some of the legal issues are important in talking about the commission and what it does. Like, especially like the award ceremony, this is a body, a committee that's subject to sunshine laws and how that works and all that.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. So generally speaking, this commission was created by council, and generally speaking, it exists to do what council sets it up to do. The membership is what council prescribes in that establishment under the charter provision of appointment by mayor and confirmed by council. And so Mike Jeffries mentioned the COPSIC gift, this generous gift to the city. At the time, the resolution said the gift is for the support of the Arboretum, which would be renamed in honor of the gift after Ms. COPSIC. And the resolution stated that City Beautiful would advise in the disbursement of the funds, but it didn't indicate whether that was a requirement of the gift or a condition imposed by council. And when we looked at this in 2018, we could not find any documentation that indicated whether this was a council promulgated requirement or something that was a condition of the gift. And so that 2018 resolution, which was about redoing the COPSIC under the alternate investment fund, their investment policy, we kind of punted on that topic. We said, City Beautiful has whatever presently existing authority it has, that's what it has. And so the worst case scenario, even if City Beautiful was entirely, like, just disappeared, the worst case scenario would be a document was later discovered that indicated that that was a condition of the gift, at which point council could reestablish City Beautiful for the purpose of fulfilling that condition of the gift. But generally speaking, this is by and large a blank slate for the city to decide what this organization does. With respect to Chair Hanowitz's question about the nature of the body and some of the things, I mean, this is a sunshine body. Most city boards, the structure of a board, the purpose of the Sunshine Law is to have deliberation and decision occur in the public. There are certain things that's, one of the reasons we have a strong mayor form of government is there are some things that's really good for, and then there are other more administrative, executive type functions where that can really bog down. Planning the logistical details of a particular event. So one thing to keep in mind is, with respect to the long-running purpose role of this board in helping, on some level, probably a variety of different roles over the years, the decades, is what role would a city board meeting in the sunshine have with respect to an awards program? Certain things like deciding overall criteria, picking winners, those are things that might be done in the sunshine, like when we send out an RFP, those RFP boards meet in the sunshine, versus ordering the drinks, deciding on the menu, things like that level of granularity, which tend to be more administrative executive functions. So does that answer your question?
Yes. And I just want to make clear with everyone, this is a blank slate. Like, this is to hear what people think in terms, and what council members think in terms of, where they see this board and what are the things that the board can be doing, because it could be extremely valuable. I just think it's not used the way it's meant to be used at this time, and part of it is because the mission and the purpose is really not, it's just been muddled. And if you go look at the committee page, the actual purpose is not there, the one that it was prescribed. There's other stuff that's included there that was not even the purpose of the committee. So with that being
Before
said,
we get into questions, Chair,
Huh?
There's
Yeah.
two things that I want to clarify. So I wasn't perfectly clear when I said outside organizations. Keep Pinellas Beautiful is currently participating on City Beautiful. So I just wanted to be clear about that. And then the second thing that I forgot to mention was in conversations that we've had, this is bigger than Parks and Rec. And so, you know, beautification is, a lot of departments touch that. And so I think that's something that we should chat about as well. Where should this be housed, and what makes most sense?
And to piggyback on what Administrator Jeffries just mentioned, you know, I'll give an example of other departments. You have right now medians throughout the city. That's stormwater that maintains the medians. We had a project somewhere where right off of 38th, the Foster, what is it, Foster Street? I can't remember. Foster Hill. And they closed the street off, and they put an area, right, that you can have plantings, and they put grass, and there's no irrigation. Literal grass with no irrigation. And so, and it was a large area. And so this is the type of, these are the lost opportunities that we have throughout the city, where you could have maybe City Beautiful Commission be part of that. And I don't know how it works, but I'm just saying, I'm sure you all, given the work that you've done, you've come across these issues too. So I think just clarity for the commission and for the departments that work in these areas to see how this is going to function, so we can give it more teeth in the future. Okay, so hopefully that's been helpful. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think I want to kind of ask a couple of questions that I need clarification on. And thank you for bringing this forward. It is kind of an obscure part of what our city does. And even after 9 years, I'm like, oh, I'll learn something new today, right? So that's great. My question is specifically, are there any subcommittees that are under City Beautiful? And the reason that I bring this up is because a couple of weeks ago, we had Kathy Harrelson come to open forum. And at the end of the meeting, and I asked Rob if you could let us know, but in that time I have gotten the answer elsewhere, I believe, that the Urban Forestry Committee, was that a subcommittee of City Beautiful?
It was.
Okay, can we talk about what happened with that? Because,
Can I address that first?
Yeah, yeah,
I'll pass
please.
it on to you to others. So I did follow up on the comment
Yeah.
that was made at City Council, and as Mike said, there are a lot of other departments involved in working on this commission. It turned out that Maven was the key person related to this subcommittee. So Maven, it wasn't just a straightforward, simple answer that I could get right back to you on. It was a little more complicated. So Maven's actually putting together a memo for City Council on the backstory on that subcommittee. It should be out in the next couple days. My understanding generally is that, you know, there were some issues with, they had some certain tasks they completed. There wasn't necessarily another task directly, you know, involved, and that there were some sunshine issues related with the subcommittee generally. Now, Maven, I think, will provide you some more detail around that, but.
Thank you for that. I've had that conversation with Maven. I happened to see her at the Regional Planning Council Summit, and it did come up, and Claude, it came up. So I probably have as much information as what you just shared, which is why I wanted to bring it up today, so that we could all discuss it in the sunshine, because it was brought to a City Council open forum, and I think that it deserves conversation. Because my question, I guess, to go to your point of sunshine, that was one of the concerns that was shared with me. So Brett, can we talk about that committee? Because I was familiar with that committee just from the work that I have done specific to food forest in the past. When I first brought food forest as an idea to the city, I went and met with that subcommittee. And so then to find out that it was disbanded, and I've been told it's been like a year. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but can we talk about some of the concerns that we were seeing with Sunshine specifically, and how that subcommittee was operating?
So this idea started probably my last meeting as a CBC advisor in 2017 as the legal advisor for, like, it was a Sharon Wright first ever inaugural sustainability single staff member, not even department, but staff member, came to the meeting and was like, hey, we're talking about trees. You want to hear more? And they're like, great, we'd love to hear some periodic updates on what the city's doing about the tree canopy.
Yeah.
And so in the years that followed, that took on a life of its own. Obviously, more information can be gathered, but my understanding is that that subcommittee of City Beautiful took on, in some ways, a life of its own. There were members of the subcommittee that were not members of City Beautiful, which is generally how a subcommittee works. And there were meetings that were being held in places that, again, I didn't attend these, but there were some questions about whether these meetings were properly, fully accessible by the public. And so the decision was made to, as I understand it, to contract that and sort of, and also in view of this pending discussion about what should City Beautiful as a whole do. That was my understanding of some of the decision-making process in that. And I know that because of the enthusiasm that many members of City Beautiful have for the environment of the city, the beautification of the city, there has long been a tension between the desire to do everything possible, and as you all know, and I've seen this in ad hoc boards that I've served on, such as Advanced Air Mobility Task Force, Redistricting Committee. Like these are people who have, this board has been conjured out of thin air, and people are coming in and they're like, wait, sunshine? Like we can't just like, well, we'll take that offline. And that's just not, that works in your private life, but that's not how city boards work. And when someone says, we have to find a way to work around that, I'm like, no, but that's what I'm telling you. That's not a thing you work around. That's just the deal. When you operate within the paradigm of a city board, that's just baked into the system. And a lot of people coming in from the outside don't understand that and approach it more like a third-party support organization, like mentally, like Sunken Gardens Forever Foundation. Like that's a private 501c3 closely aligned with supporting and constant communication with a city facility, but they are their own thing. They don't mention, they don't meet in the sunshine, they have their own funds, and so someone coming from that environment, working in one of the many private organizations in the city that work toward this sort of goal, it can be jarring to come into something like this and realize that it just operates differently.
Absolutely.
And so that's my understanding of some of the general tension that went on.
And I'll jump in here. I want to be perfectly clear. The reason that the subcommittee was disbanded had nothing to do with the topic. We actually think that this topic is very, very important, but we think that it can be more successful if it's not operating in this type of function. So, and it has been a while that it was disbanded, only because we were trying to get scheduled and get kind of our ducks in a row as far as this discussion as well. So it's not for lack of desire or a lack of need. It's just as we gave guardrails, those guardrails got pushed farther and farther out, and I think we all became uncomfortable and said, hey, we're in an area that we need to just hit the pause button on. So that's kind of the rest of the story on that subcommittee.
Well, and I appreciate the context on that and kind of understanding, what happened, why it happened. I don't know, I don't have heartburn with the reasons why it happened. I think that finding out a year later was a little like, okay, because especially understanding that, City Council created City Beautiful and it lives under us, I would have thought we would have been notified if something like that happened, especially considering the fact that this body very much cares about trees in our urban canopy. And we work a lot with those individuals. So, I wanted to bring it up today for us to have a conversation in the sunshine about it. And then my hopes at the end of this would be to find a way, regardless of how the City Beautiful Commission continues, to reincorporate that work, or if that work is still happening within here, to solidify it more so that we really understand what those deliverables might be as we continue to do our advocacy for the tree canopy.
And I think, as Administrator Gertis indicated, Maven is putting a memo together to send to council, and I think that there's a different plan on how to accomplish that work, that very necessary work, but in a way that makes everybody more comfortable and they can be more productive. So that will be coming soon.
My last point on this, and then I'll let it be, is in 2023, there was a St. Pete Citizen Forester annual report. It's on the city website. It lives in the same place with the other documents for the individual tree inventories that were done for neighborhoods. And it has like 2024 goals in it. I mean, I'm looking at, it's a PowerPoint presentation that was done, and it has 2024 goals in it. So as part of the conversation, I'd like to understand those 2024 goals, how those were were they implemented somewhere in departments? Like, how did that information end up actually being utilized? And if it didn't, then that's the answer too. I'm okay with that. But I just want to understand, because this stuff lives on our website. And so people would go to it and they would look at it and go, oh, well, you know, this committee did this and they prepared this report and there are goals attached to it. What happened with that? I feel like we should know what happened with that. And if there are things in that that we need to reignite as a city council member that can help us get to our tree canopy goals, I would like us to have that conversation. So, all right, I'll leave it there and hear from everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you. And in terms of the tree canopy and that work, I mean, it's something to think about. If there is a unified beautification plan, if this is going to be committee work and they're going to have some sort of plan, we can have a list of these things that maybe that's what they should be working up to come up with a plan to present to city council. And so those are really good points. And I didn't even know what the subcommittee existed. I mean, and there's nowhere for it to be found. It was nowhere. So,
yeah.
Councilmember Givens and then Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you again for bringing this forward. You know, when we sit in those commission meetings, a lot of time we're having conversations amongst ourselves, Mike, about, okay, well, what is our role? Why do we exist? And I'm looking at Taylor because Taylor knows what I'm talking about. And I want to thank you, Taylor, and staff, legal, thank you all for all of your help because you keep us in line, make sure we're abiding by the rules, sunshine, and staying within those guardrails. But at the same time, we want to expand those guardrails, right? You talked a little bit, Mike, or at least you alluded to some possible options and possibilities of what this commission could be doing, how we could be helping to advise council in the role and the plan to keep this city beautiful. So what does that look like? Because someone mentioned it earlier about there being multiple departments that this commission could help with, from public works to sanitation, I mean, everything, even codes, you name it. So I want to know, what are those possibilities that are limitless that live in your mind?
So, and I think that's why we're here today. So, as the chair indicated, this is a blank canvas. And I think that if we want to go back to the pure definition of why the committee was founded, it's that beautification plan. It's that master plan that would come to council. And so if that's the desire of you know, the committee, then that's something that can be built in. And you know, again, I think that we really are interested in how 2026 council wants to use this committee versus 1960 council. And I think that's really what we're here today to discuss.
And I appreciate that flexibility and nimbleness because I think it's needed. Times have changed in 60 plus years. One of the things that we were talking about in our commission meeting, Chair, was the BRIC program, right? We love that program, and we've been talking about ways that we could possibly expand that program. We've also talked about an adopt a park, right? How we can implement something like that. That's these local environmental groups, neighborhood associations. How can we support the council and the commission in the role to preserve and to protect these public green spaces? We've even brought up public art, right? Because you can talk about beautification. I think that has something to do with it. We've discussed everything from decorating curves to, you know, looking at, you know, increasing our beautification awards, right? Like, so there's so many possibilities that you've mentioned that we've already talked about. But again, we are looking for direction from this body. So I look forward to listening to my colleagues and hearing what their feedback is. I do have one question for you. The COPSIC funds, where do we stand there? Do you know where that figure is right now?
Oh gosh, I don't know.
202,000.
Thank you, I should have known.
Perfect.
Councilmember Gertis would know. Thank you for that. Where or what are the rules regarding how those funds can be allocated? Educate a new council member.
So I'm happy to take this one since I helped with that 2018 resolution. The COPSIC fund was just, as I understand it, and as the documentation that we do have, was just a gift pointed toward, like, it was to be for the benefit of the soon-to-be renamed COPSIC Arboretum. It has been used like an endowment. It is not technically an endowment in the way it was like given, here is money, maintain this in perpetuity and use income. The city has chosen to administer it in that way. And so this is governed under the alternate investment policy. A certain amount of revenue comes out of it each year. Some is reinvested to increase the size of the pool that generates revenue. Some is transferred into an operating fund, and that operating fund is the amount that city staff with input from City Beautiful uses on the Arboretum. And that's one of that requirement, that whether we spent the entire thing down to zero or whether we continued the current model of using a portion of the revenue of the fund, that is a legal requirement of the gift that it go only toward COPSIC.
Gotcha, and I appreciate that, Brett. Thank you. And again, more feedback that I'm looking for from fellow colleagues here regarding how we continue to spend those funds. I think after a certain time, maybe it may be time to have a conversation. And again, that's what we're looking for on the commission, is what you all want. So I agree. I think the purpose is kind of vague, and I'm excited to have this conversation regarding our role as commissioners and how we can help better serve this council. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. I served on the City Beautiful Commission for 2018 and maybe 2019 as well. And at that time, we were really low on board members. And I gave it some thought and actually invited someone from Keep Pinellas Beautiful, Stephanie, joined. And I'm so happy to hear that to this day we still have someone from Keep Pinellas Beautiful on this commission. I learned a lot during that time. I learned more about cycads than I ever thought I would ever know in my life. And I do appreciate a good cycad. But I understand the question of like what the purpose is and what need is being fulfilled by this. I think that the tree, I think I was there when they established this subcommittee about the tree canopy, and Kathy got involved. I don't think it needs to be a subcommittee. I think it can be part of the commission, and that could become one of the commission's priorities, since it's such a priority for us here. Someone had mentioned medians, right-of-way stuff. That isn't true. I don't think that's traditionally what the CBC has focused on, but I think there's an area of opportunity there. Looking at ways to do appropriate beautification. If there's not irrigation, what else can we do? Would you count the creation of bioswales where that is appropriate? Those can be quite beautiful if you do it right. And it serves as fantastic green infrastructure. So maybe some shifts like that, and not so much who's got the best yard, right? And I don't mean to minimize or put anything down like that, but thinking citywide with what our needs are, the kind of city that we'd like to be in terms of trees, landscaping, streetscaping. There's a real opportunity there. The COPSIC Arboretum, I don't know that the CBC, is it just guidance that's provided in terms of how, what needs to be done in terms of the maintenance and everything, and how those funds should be spent?
Yes.
Because I think that, I'm sorry, but I think there are, or there have been in the past, people who are serving on that commission who really know a lot about that stuff and can provide some guidance that I think supports what your department does, right?
And that was exactly the evolution. We had some folks that were Palm and CICAD, specialists and experts, and they were on the committee, and they really guided, the fertilization and how to properly maintain. And just to give a point of reference, some of what the COPSIC trust fund or funds have been used on were QR codes for the palms and the cycads that were out in the arboretum. The posts, so that it was more of an educational experience. We've done some maintenance on the trails throughout the arboretum themselves, and made sure that we maintain that area at a different level than our parks, because it is so heavily used, and there's the trails that are built in and that sort of thing. So
Yeah, plus it has its own fund.
Exactly.
And so it should be treated a little bit differently. And I think there's still value in giving that kind of input. If we were, when I was on it, we talked about gift trees as well. I think there was a lot of talk about changing the pricing and all of that. It's been a while. But some things like that, I think you guys can just handle. I don't know that the gift tree program needs to fall under CBC.
We agree. I think we were looking for that mission. We were looking for the deliverables to keep, I think we've had a standard monthly meeting, and I'm not sure that monthly is the necessary frequency.
Right.
And so it kind of became the junk drawer, if you will, where it's like, oh, we've got, gift trees. Well, we can get the committee and we can get the commission involved in that. So those are some things that, after having some in-depth conversations with the chair, that we want to reevaluate and really kind of hone in on what the mission actually is.
Yeah, and I do like the idea of sort of having a pattern similar to Youth and Family Services, or having at least like an annual meeting. And then additional meetings as needed, although that can be tough to schedule. So another thing you may want to consider is meeting quarterly. And if you get close, it's easier to take something off your calendar than to put something on 15 people's calendars.
Agreed.
Like closer to when you need something. So that's my input. I really appreciate having all these resolutions and being able to see the history of the commission and all of the good work that's been done over the years is really a great story for our city. But I also agree that it is time to look at reimagining this and making sure that it's a City Beautiful Commission for today's needs. And I look forward to hearing more from you all as far as what you envision and what a reimagined CBC could look like for you to help support you as well as City Council.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. That's some good feedback. I will say that, making the distinction between administrative and advisory, it's an advisory committee. It doesn't administer, besides obviously the funds issue that we were talking about, that whatever, but in terms of like programs, traditionally that is for the city to do, and it's not for the committee. And I don't think any other committee does. Advisory committees just advise, so. And in terms of the meetings, I do agree it gets weird if you say as needed. It may be good to start quarterly. I mean, they need to come up with a plan to start with. So there's going to be work to do now, definitely. And I think later on, maybe you could go as needed, but at a minimum, quarterly is probably a good place to land right now. Council Member, Vice Chair Floyd.
Thank you. Okay, I got a few things I want to bring up, but I want to start with, I was on the commission for a year, and my main memory is about the awards, the City Beautiful Awards, and there was a lot of conversations in the meeting about planning those. Honestly, some of them got like weirdly contentious. And so that just hasn't been brought up yet in this conversation. And I just wondered.
So that's a great point. Thank you for bringing it up. And I think, as Brett indicated, there are some things that would be appropriate for the commission to outline. and then ordering the type of drinks that we'll have.
Yes, the
that's
type of
not.
food,
So,
yes.
and that's something that we're looking to kind of reel back in and kind of get our arms around as well. So before we made any changes like that, we wanted to make sure that we had, the consensus of council and that we were kind of adhering to what your thoughts were on this commission. So, but that's a fantastic point. We want to be very scripted in how we make sure that we're not having any sunshine issues where we have the committee give us, the commission give us the guidelines for the awards, those types of things, and we'll work closely with legal to make sure that we get that accomplished.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I never felt event planning was like something that they should be working on, especially based off of the experience that I had there. I think that, staff and administration can handle that, and if they have guidelines around, the awards and whatnot, I think that makes sense. Okay, so I think that there's a lot of things that the commission could be doing. A lot of them have been discussed already. I don't feel the need to reiterate it. Honestly, I think we could make them very busy to where monthly meetings are packed. And if we were to give them a wide range of things to work on. But in deciding what those things are, we don't have to do it ourselves because there are other cities that have this kind of thing. I was, in preparation for the meeting, looking up our commission and happened to stumble across the fact that this comes from a social movement that is 100 years old. And there are cities like, just the Wikipedia page says Memphis, Tennessee established their commission in 1930, and it's the first and oldest. And so, and it seems like the focus generally is on, what you might describe as the beautification of the city post Industrial Revolution, try to alleviate some of the terrible conditions that went on at that time. And there's a proud history of it in Florida as well. There's multiple cities that have participated in this, and it's like not just around nature, but like planning, architecture, and a lot of it seems to focus on the maintenance planning for the future and continued upkeep of key parks, like key parks in the city. And so, there's an example. There's examples that we can look to, and some of them say things about tree canopy and urban forestry as well. So we're not alone in this. I think that kind of background information. See what other cities are still have commissions that work on it, and what they look at. It's interesting because it is like almost like connected to architectural styles as well. But anyway, it's just fascinating history. But yeah, I think some of the things that I heard would be really beneficial about and the overlap with neighborhoods and nonprofits that are interested in this kind of thing, I think is what I would like to see going forward. I don't want to prescribe anything today because I feel like we're all sort of united and we probably need time for y'all to synthesize what you think is possible. But I just wanted to add those couple of things to the conversation.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for the history by share. Coral Gables also has.
Yeah, Orlando was.
Orlando. Coral Gables is called the Landscape Beautification Advisory Board, and those would be good resources. I had a former commission member, Sherry Riley, reach out to me, and she provided a lot of information and ideas. And there is, to the point of everyone that served on the committee, a lot of good ideas coming out of it. But the focus needs to be there first to be able to understand what the committee does and how it functions. Because otherwise, and you get things like Vice Chair Floyd was mentioning, you get a committee that can become dysfunctional in different things. Like, I didn't realize it was the awards thing had devolved to the point of you're talking about, having a ceremony and what you're going to serve or whatever that's going to be. That is not a function of the advisory committee. I didn't realize that, but that's not a function of a sunshine committee. So it's a bigger picture view that they should have. And, you know, Ms. Riley had also provided me like old clippings from the newspaper talking about our City Beautiful Commission. At one point, they were working on the improvement of the entrances to the city. So there could be a plan of how you want to tackle this. It's not just parks, it's not the syads or, you know, whatever plants, but it, you know, or just a tree. There is a bigger picture, and there is a 2026 version of the City Beautiful Commission. And so I think you're getting good feedback in terms of it shouldn't be administrative, it should be advisory. There should be some sort of plan. Other departments should be kind of involved in this. I know it's just the focus on parks, but you're talking about sustainability, you're talking about, you know, the stormwater because you have medians and that sort of stuff. And so quarterly meetings sounds like it's probably good, but we need to focus, I guess, on, at this point, the resolutions of City Council, as they stand, they're supposed to formulate a unified beautification program. Am I sensing from everybody, this is where we're still at? Like, we haven't gotten past any of this. We're basically at a unified beautification program. And I don't think I've heard anything from the committee that changes the focus of what the original intent was of the committee. So I think we need to focus on those things and those established resolutions, make sure that that's on the website, make sure the committee is aware of that. And maybe we have a date where we get a report at City Council in terms of, or maybe back here at the committee. I don't know how we want to do this. Administration, do you want to come back with what you have discussed internally and how this can be reformulated, and we can do that?
I think we need to go back. We need to take these notes, get this valuable input, and we need to make some decisions. You know, some of the things that come to mind for me is maybe we currently don't have the right people on the commission. We need to look at that. And then I think with Councilmember Givens' input as being the rep from council, I think he can help guide us during the meetings. But I think we really just need to kind of take a fresh look at it from start to finish. And what I'm hearing from the committee here today is that the unified beautification plan, that's first base. And so we need to kind of get that. And I think that may take some time for a new committee to wrap their arms around. So let us kind of work through some of this, and then we'll get back with you, Chair, and kind of let you know where we're at.
That's perfect. And then we can also, like I already mentioned, I've reached out to the different, whether it's Chamber, Kona, Waterfront Parks Foundation. Those are potential committee members that would be, I think, really helpful to the committee besides the other residents and that sort of stuff. So, I mean, you could come back with a plan in terms of ideas. Councilmember Fix-Sanders.
Good morning. Thank you so much. When you come back, Mike, would it be possible, because I'm listening to what everyone is saying, and there seems to be bits and pieces that can fall under this umbrella everywhere. I'm visual. Is there a flow chart? This committee is responsible for this, it's responsible for that. These are the members that are on that. This is the contact person, but that can help us kind of navigate our way through this. Because, you know, we're finding out that there's a subcommittee and a subcommittee, and so, you know, for my understanding, that would definitely be
we can do that.
Beneficial. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No, it's a very good point. I think right now we need clarity. Well, first of all, there shouldn't be a subcommittee at this point, right? It's only the commission itself. The function of the commission on the website is not correct. It should be whatever the powers are that City Council, how it has formulated this commission. And then we can go forward with how we're going to proceed. Is that helpful?
I think we appreciate the direction, and I think that it gives us clarity as to what council would like to see with this committee.
Good. Well, I'm very hopeful that we get this committee to a point of a 2026 City Beautiful Commission that is doing the work.
Agreed.
Okay, great. Thank you all, and thank you for the work on this. And thank you, Councilmember Givens.
Thank you.
Okay, Next item is my referral regarding a discussion on co-sponsorship agreements for special events. This has come up in various meetings already. This is not something that none of us have already heard about. I want to make sure that part of the reason to have this conversation is we've had, number one, there are contracts in place that obviously can be tweaked, can be changed to accomplish whatever needs we see fit based on whatever issues have arisen. So this is not just specific on one event. This is a broad, brush to look at like how we're going to treat this and the legal obligations and what are our expectations and what are our policy decisions that we're going to be making for our city in terms of how these events are handled, and that is going to be reflected both in the legal terms and in the policy decisions we make and how we handle these events. And so this is kind of the starting point of this conversation. And by the way, it's not just noise, it's the size of events, it's the duration, how many events, the park impacts, other financial matters, all those things that we have seen that have arisen, parking, whatever it may be that have arisen regarding co-sponsored events. The parks most affected involve both Vinoy Park, I think, and Spa Beach Park. The interesting part about this is because Spa Beach is part of the pier, these are different departments. It's not all, part of it is under Mr. Corbett, part of it is under Mr. Jeffries, which kind of confuses things sometimes when there are special events, because everything that is at the pier is dealt with, right, under the pier, right? And even though they're co-sponsored. So that kind of always convolutes things, but they're both here. So if you can, whoever's going to start us off.
I will start us off.
Okay.
And first off, I just want to thank the council for giving us this opportunity. We are continually trying to fine-tune our approach to special events, to co-sponsored events. So this is a great opportunity to be before you and to get your input and your feedback. I remember doing this probably 15 years ago, where we, at that point, did not have an ending time that was 10 o'clock. And it was not a hard time. It was more of a flexible time. We met with the council at that point, and 10 o'clock became the hard and fast rule. And I think that was a great improvement. So we appreciate this opportunity to look for ways to polish the process. I think it's important that we share that we do over 150 special events annually. And frequently, regularly, we debrief post-event to look for ways to improve. And while we do have James here with some of the peer events, it is important to note that our departments work very, very closely together and are arm in arm. And as we get to some of the legal improvements and some of the legal updates, you'll see that we've even tightened that as well with some of the agreements. So I'm excited to share some of that with you. Like most things, there's a spectrum. We've got folks in the community that feel that there should be no events in our parks whatsoever, and we feel that there are people who think that we don't have enough events in our parks currently. So there's definitely a spectrum. We work extremely hard to find balance. I know each and every one of you have heard me and my staff say, talk about balance, and it's critical. Balance is important when you're talking about public lands and you're talking about parks. We work very carefully to thread that needle. We want to make sure that we don't go too far in either direction. And I think you'll see with some of the data that Rick will go over that we've definitely been working hard on that. This word balance is something that we use in Parks and Rec all the time. We have never put in an amenity or done an event or a program in a park or an area that hasn't gotten compliments and complaints at the exact same time. We get folks who are excited about the new baseball lights that we installed, and we've got people that are upset about the baseball lights that we've installed. We've got folks that are excited to use the boat ramps in our parks, and we've got folks that move in that think that the boat ramp shouldn't be used. So I think it's important that we're all trying to walk that tight rope and find that sweet spot. So we appreciate your input as we go through that. Today we'll go over data that was gathered from the following cities. We looked for cities that were like us in size, demographic, location of the parks that we've taken a look at, so that we really had a good taste of what other communities are doing to see if we're kind of following best practices. The communities that we reached out to were Miami, Tampa, Jacksonville, Orlando, Clearwater, Miami-Dade County, Austin, Texas. We did reach out to Sarasota. They did not answer all of our questions, so we didn't use their information in our presentation here. And then we did reach out to West Palm, and they were non-responsive. I do have to share that frequently, as we were reaching out to these different cities and counties, we were told over and over again that St. Pete really is setting the pace for special events and for co-sponsored events. And many of those cities that we reached out to reminded us that they have used our co-sponsored handbook and some of our policies and guidelines that we had put in place to improve their program as well. So that was something that we heard over and over again. When they described that we were setting the pace, some of the examples they gave us were on safety, diversity, our co-sponsored handbook, as I just mentioned, collaboration between our departments. That's that one-stop shopping approach that I've shared with this group before. We're one of the few cities that allows event organizers, nonprofit, whoever they might be, to sit down in a room with all departments represented all at once. Most cities require that if you need sanitation services or PD services or fire services, you have to go and meet with those departments individually. We bring those all together. Lynn Gordon and her staff manage those meetings, and we really hear over and over again that that one-stop shopping approach really allows for an efficient and effective event planning and logistics model. I think there's some things that, before we jump into the PowerPoint, that we need to note. I think there's some misnomers out in the community, and you know, I think it's important that we kind of set the table so everybody's on the same page. We do not bring forward every event that applies to have an event here in St. Pete. We do turn events down because of concerns about fit or appropriateness for locations. One of the most recent that was in the paper is the Country Thunder event. That was, we had a lot of pressure to have that come to St. Pete, and we did not think that was a good fit based on some of their estimates and size and some of the logistics of their event. I think you'll also see, as Rick goes through some of the data, that we are doing far fewer larger scale events than we've ever done in the past. So we are down to just a couple of large events. And again, that's part of that balance where we want to make sure that we have some of the large events, but we don't inconvenience our neighbors downtown. We don't want that pendulum to go too far either way. So at this point, we have the two large events that are in Vinoy. Again, as the chair indicated, Vinoy and Spa Beach are the two parks that we're really kind of focusing on in this conversation. But we have the Reggae Rise Up, and we have the Country Fest event that are in Vinoy. Those are the two larger events that we have currently. Let's see. We are working very hard to move, and have been for several years now, to move events off of the waterfront and move events into other parks throughout the city. And I have to thank council for your support, because as I've shared in the past, we would ask an event to move. There would be calls made to council members, nobody that's currently sitting on the dais now, and we would get pressure to let them have the park they want, let them have the weekend that they want. And you guys have been very strong and have helped us kind of make sure that we are creating that balance. And again, that goes into the recovery period as well. I know that we've heard a lot about the sod out at Vinoy, and we, with your support, have been able to navigate built-in recovery periods, which we had never previously had. That was something that would have been frowned on. So I think it's important to have that information. We have been charging restoration fees for years. So if an event comes in and damages a park, primarily Vinoy, damages irrigation, puts in ruts, damages something, infrastructure in the park, we charge the event. We've been doing that for a very, very long time. And there are some in the community that I've talked to that think that that's not happening, and that is absolutely happening. We have been able to take the FEMA money that we got for the sod damage that happened all along our waterfront, and we've been able to replace the sod in all of our waterfront parks. While doing that, we were also able to improve some of the infrastructure. Now, this is not the big infrastructure improvement that we know that we have brought forward with the Vinoy Park Master Plan, but we've done some immediate changes that have really impacted the park in a positive way. Believe it or not, the way that irrigation was set up back in the day, there was only one zone for all of Vinoy Park. So when there was staging in the park, the entire irrigation was shut down and shut off. Barb and her team have gone from that one zone to now over 26 zones in Vinoy Park. So we're able to now be more surgical as to what we water and where we water. And I think, you know, I have to be transparent and tell you that if you have 20,000 people in a park over a weekend, the turf's going to look rough for probably a week or so. But as we've seen over and over again, it bounces back. And we've been able to kind of handle that here most recently since the FEMA sod install. Other thing that I need to share with the group is event planning and day of logistics are complicated and they're challenging. And I think that's something that is lost on some of our community members. I think events look like they should intuitively be easy and sort of easy to navigate. They are complicated. They are very complicated. There are lots of moving pieces. Just to name a couple, and I know you all have heard some concerns over some of this as well, and it's important to address. Some of our organizers, you know, they're estimating attendance for an event, maybe an event they've not had, and so they're giving us an estimate. We are building our estimate based on the estimates they're giving. If they have more people that show up, we have to have more sanitation, we have to have more PDs. So, you know, events take on a life of their own. Once you open that gate, what's going to happen is going to happen, and so we really need to kind of stay fluid. We also see events evolve and they morph, and I'll give you a prime example. We haven't had one recently, but we've had events in the past where they start out with an event in mind. We give them an estimate as to what the event is going to cost to put on, and then all of a sudden somebody on that event committee decides they want to have beer and wine. And that changes the complete trajectory of the estimate. Now we have to have a beer garden area, we have to have fencing, we have to have extra PD to make sure that it's safe and that it's a successful event. The other thing that's always a moving target with outdoor events is the weather. And you know, we've got rain, we've got wind, we've got events that will respond differently to the different weather that's occurring on that weekend that it occurs. In our presentation, you'll hear that we've worked with legal to come up with a lot of different improvements to our contracts. We've met with Chair and brainstormed with Chair Hanowitz, and some of what we're bringing forward today came from some of those discussions, and I think they're positive improvements. We want to make sure that our agreements are stronger. We want to make sure that we have the ability to deal with bad actors should we have any as we move forward with future events. One of the options that we're bringing forward today will be an affiliates provision for future events. And I think that's something we'll talk about more as we move forward, but I think it's important to kind of set the table with that. The other thing that I wanted to share, the peer use agreement and the co-sponsored agreement are now in alignment. Legal has spent a lot of time making sure that those agreements match and that there's no contradictions in those two agreements. I'm happy to report to Council that the co-sponsored agreement will take precedent over events that occur on Spa Beach, meaning that if there are future changes to the co-sponsored events from Council, then those would apply sort of as a, I don't want to get into a legal term, but as a parent document, if you will, as we move forward. Also, happy before we jump into the presentation to report that, you know, we took the Reggae Rise Up and we really did a deep dive into that event. Councilmember, Chair Hanowitz and I and staff met with the Vinoy Tower folks, and we heard some of their issues probably 6 months ago, and Reggae Rise Up was one of the events that they had concerns about. And we gathered a lot of players from all over the city to really sit down and do a deep dive into Reggae Rise Up. And as we continue to go through the presentation, we're happy to share that we received a lot of accolades from the Vinoy Towers folks, and the chair included those in your backup. So for the first time, we had emails from the Vinoy Tower folks saying that the changes we made at Reggae Rise Up were very well received and made big impacts. And I think that's important to note. We did meet with the organizer and really brainstormed with them more than we've done in the past, and really made some minor fine-tuning, soft touches, but I think those were very successful. And I was pleasantly surprised to get email from the Vinoy Tower folks saying that it was a completely different weekend during Reggae Rise Up versus the year before. Before I turn it over, James is going to speak, but I do want to just come out of the gate and say that there are a lot of people and a lot of departments that have worked on kind of looking at this whole process from start to finish. Many hours have been put into coming together before you today. I need to thank my team on Parks and Rec, the Downtown Enterprise Facilities staff, the police department, fire, Vinoy Towers, the Waterfront Parks Foundation. They all helped us give input as we prepared for this cow. And I think that we're better for all the time that we've spent on it. And I think that as we go through some of the details, I'm hoping that you'll agree. Before we get into the presentation, I know Administrator Corbett would like to say a few words.
Thanks, Mike, and good morning, Council. What I wanted to say, and I know the conversation today is about co-sponsored events generally and just a larger view at events, but I do want to talk about an event that happened, and I think that everybody knows the We Belong Here event had a lot of impacts. We got a lot of complaints on that. So as City Development Administrator, that includes the pier and Spa Beach, we tried a new event back in 2025 in December with We Belong Here. And it's clear, I think everybody would agree, it did not go as planned. It did not go as described, and the impacts to our residents were unacceptable. That's bar none, just right there. So at the same time, I'll say that we learned a lot of important lessons from that event. And a lot of those lessons that we learned are going to be incorporated in the changes that Rick will go over today. And it also will help us take a different look at how we evaluate and manage events going forward. So, you know, basically I want to say that that event did not happen how we intended. It certainly was not how it was described. I think the chair mentioned, talked about an intimate event, you know, and I just want to make it clear that we heard the complaints, we agree that was unacceptable, and we will certainly make changes and incorporate those changes as we move forward as it relates to the evaluation and how we handle events going forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to Rick to get into the presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As Mike mentioned, today's presentation provides comparative data on how other cities manage large special events. Staff reviewed park closures, event capacity, sound monitoring, fees, restoration requirements, and permitting practices. This information is intended to provide content for today's discussion regarding cities' co-sponsored events and event agreements. This is an historical event timeline. St. Pete has a long history of hosting large co-sponsored events. From 2005 through 2012, the city consistently hosted an average of 8 to 9 large events per year, with event activity peaking between 2008 and 2011 at 9 major events annually. The timeline shows that St. Pete has consistently supported destination-style events that contribute to tourism, economic activity, and event engagement. Some survey of the topics that we requested from other cities. To better understand practices and operational approaches used by municipalities that regularly host large special events. The review focused on 6 major topic areas: park size and event capacity, temporary park closures, restoration and damages, noise complaints and monitoring, noise ordinance enforcement, and special event permitting and fees. The survey also showed that event fee structures vary significantly among municipalities, with cities using different combinations of fees, venue fees, operational fees, and deposits. So no 2 cities really do this the same. This benchmarking helps identify where our policies align with or differ from other municipalities. So the first question, park size and event capacity. This slide illustrates how other cities utilize parks of varying sizes for large-scale events. Many cities routinely host events with capacities ranging from 20,000 to over 75,000 attendees. The comparison demonstrates that park size alone does not determine whether large events are feasible. Operational planning, crowd management, infrastructure, very important, and mitigation measures are equally important factors in determining. How long do other cities close their parks? Park closures are common across cities that host major events and festivals. Closure durations vary based on size, setup requirements, and restoration needs. St. Pete's current practices are generally consistent with other municipalities. Some cities impose shorter default closure periods but allow extensions with appropriate approval. Other jurisdictions, such as Jacksonville, place very few restrictions on their durations. Noise ordinances. Every city has noise ordinances and maintains some form of noise governing amplified sound. Most jurisdictions include exemptions or modified standards for permitted special events. Several cities establish specific decibel thresholds or designated entertainment districts. The review shows that special event permitting and noise regulation are commonly managed together. St. Pete's ordinance structure is comparable to other cities that balance event activity with neighborhood protections. Noise complaints are common for large outdoor events in virtually every city that we surveyed. The frequency of complaints generally correlates with event size, duration, and proximity to residential areas. Other cities continue to host major events despite recurring complaints by focusing on mitigation and enforcement strategies. The survey findings suggest that complaints alone are not viewed as a reason to prohibit large events. Instead, cities emphasize operational controls, communication, and enforcement mechanisms. Sound monitoring practices range from police oversight to digital sound monitoring systems and professional audio engineers. The comparison demonstrates that sound monitoring is a common mitigation practice used during large-scale events, and continued monitoring and coordination with event organizers are important operational tools. Cities generally follow a progressive enforcement model for noise complaints. Initial responses often involve warnings and requests for immediate volume reduction. Continued noncompliance can result in citations, escalating fines, permit suspension, or event shutdown. Several jurisdictions also consider prior violations when evaluating future permit applications. The emphasis across cities is typically on mitigation and corrective action rather than immediately restricting events. St. Pete's enforcement practices are generally aligned with those used in comparable municipalities. The proposed agreement revisions, which legal will go over later in the presentation, are intended to further clarify the city's enforcement authority and operational expectations related to public safety and event management. Recovery. A consistent finding across all surveyed cities is that event organizers are financially responsible for restoration and damages to parkland. Most jurisdictions require reimbursement agreements or post-event invoicing. These policies protect public assets while allowing large-scale events to occur. Restoration requirements typically include turf repair, landscaping, cleanup, and infrastructure recovery. St. Pete's approach is consistent with the common municipal practices. Holding organizations accountable for restoration costs is considered a standard risk management measure. All right, our key findings. Several common themes emerged from this review. First, temporary park closures are routinely permitted for major events. Second, noise monitoring and mitigation are standard operational practices. Thirdly, large festivals commonly generate noise complaints regardless of their location. And finally, cities generally favor structured mitigation and enforcement strategies rather than outright event bans. These findings will reinforce that St. Pete's overall framework is generally consistent with the practices used by the cities surveyed. Conclusions of the survey. The survey findings show that the cities surveyed continue to support large-scale public events through structured permitting and operational oversight. Successful event management depends on balancing economic and cultural benefits with neighborhood impact and park preservation. Noise mitigation, enforcement, and restoration accountability remain critical elements of that balance. Recovery of restoration costs, which is widely accepted practice among cities surveyed, and a balance of policy framework is essential for preserving public access while continuing to accommodate community and destination events. Our next slide, we're going to cover changes to the agreement, and legal will go over that.
My name is Sarah Lucker. I'm with the City Attorney's Office, and I'm one of the attorneys here to talk about the changes to the agreement. I also have Anna with me.
Hi there, I'm Anastasia Underwood. I am a new attorney with the City Attorney's Office, and are we ready to get into it?
Yeah, we can start with, so like Administrator Jeffries mentioned, when you have an event that's on Spa Beach Park, they have to sign both the co-sponsored event agreement and a pier use agreement. They're separate. Anyone using the pier is going to sign a pier use agreement. It gives them rights to enter the pier, have their things on the pier, do whatever they need to do on the pier, right? They're not always going to be signing a co-sponsorship agreement. And when we went through these agreements, they had different deadlines and things for termination. So we went through, Anna made a really great chart comparing all the things that were different. She talked with Lynn Gordon about which ones need to be changed and what makes more sense for these types of events, and we brought those back in line. And like Administrator Jeffries mentioned, if council has other things after this meeting that need to change in the co-sponsorship agreement, that agreement takes priority over the peer use agreement, so it would apply to any co-sponsored event that comes up. And then I think, yeah.
Okay, all right. So now would be a good time to turn to the Redline co-sponsorship agreement that was included in your Cal backup materials. So what we want to do now is turn our attention to paragraph number 9. So this has to do with the right to suspend or terminate. So the changes here aim to give the agreement more teeth or more leverage for the city to stop an event if the event promoter is not cooperating. So in the current version of the agreement only allows suspension in a state of declared emergency. So what our changes aim to do is to expand that right to allow the city to terminate an event if the promoter fails to conform to the city's instructions. So our proposed language is, and the pertinent part is going to be just that first sentence, which reads as follows. The city reserves the right in the city's sole discretion to immediately suspend or terminate this agreement, including the promoter's right to produce the event and the city's commitment to provide city services by giving verbal notice followed by written notice within a reasonable time, including the right to immediately suspend the event, including during the duration of the event, if promoter has not, in the city's sole discretion, conformed in a timely manner to the verbal and written instructions. So, like we said, this will expand the city's right to give the event promoter some instruction to say, for example, this is too loud. And it gives the city leverage to be able to say, hey, we can stop this event right now. Ultimately, enforcement would be up to like parks and PD. But this is what we think will give this agreement more teeth.
And so the change that Anna talked about is something that we can do during the event. So if one is going really wrong and we want to stop in and end it. The change in paragraph 10 is something that we can do afterwards. So if something has a really big impact on residents, or if we think that an organization was a bad actor, this is adding that affiliate language in there. So you can see where it's before, if you were a principal of the promoter, and you violated the agreement, or if any of those other things that are listed under A, B, and C happened, like if there was litigation, outstanding balance for the services, if they destroyed a lot of our property, we don't want them to come back and have the event again in the city's discretion. This is broadening so that anyone that's associated with them, so not just principals, but also subsidiaries, co-owned, or officially connected companies or agents, because you don't want a promoter going and having someone else that they co-own the company with and bringing back the same event if the event was so problematic that we had to suspend or terminate it. And then that section that it's citing there at the end is the noise ordinance. So if they're violating the noise ordinance, or if the city decided to terminate or suspend the event in accordance with the paragraph that Anna just talked about, then the city has its own discretion to decide not to bring them back. It doesn't say that we're never going to bring them back ever. It doesn't restrain the city at all in that language. It just gives the city the choice when they come back again to decide whether or not we want to have this event again. So kind of gives a little bit of flexibility there if they have a great noise mitigation idea for upcoming years, but it gives city council and administration that authority to say, no, we're not having you come back again.
That concludes our presentation.
Thank you. So before I turn it over to questions, I have some questions on the agreements and some other issues. First, I want to touch upon this agreement treats all co-sponsored events with the same structure, right? And so the issue we're having are with large events and not specifically smaller scale events. So I just, from an administration, what are some of the impacts that you have seen from large events, or what are some of the issues, right, that happen normally? And I would like to hear from PD too. what is the big difference from large events versus small events?
Sure, I'm happy to answer that, but I got to be fully transparent to tell you every event we've ever had, we get complaints on. So,
No, it's not the complaints. I'm just, what are the operational issues typically that you have to worry? Large events bring bring issues.
Sure. So the larger the event, the more impact on the turf. So if you have 100-person run in the park, that's going to impact the turf differently than a 20,000 person event.
Right.
We also will see, based on the size of the event, we have to make sure that the organizer has the proper time load in and tear down time. So the larger the event, the more staging, the more infrastructure, then we would need to pull the park offline for additional days to allow them to do that safely. Now, I will tell you that we did hear from some of our cities that we surveyed that they shorten the number of days that the park is offline, but they let their event organizers operate 24 hours a day to set up, and that's not something that we've ever entertained. So, that didn't seem like a good compromise there. So, some of the other things that we see with larger events, we get more of the parking complaints. We get more trash that we have to deal with. And, if it's a sound event, then we do have the potential, the larger the crowd, we find the more staging there may be, and we could get more complaints about sound.
And two other, traffic, at larger events, traffic impacts, and then potential spillover into the neighborhoods.
Okay.
As the more people, as they come in and disperse, they tend to spill over into the adjacent neighborhoods.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's helpful.
I'd like
Chief?
to add also.
Oh, yes.
Sorry. It's not just the event size that adds complexity to an event. It's what are they actually doing? Are they doing street closures? Are they having alcohol? So, a lot of those things pile on. So it's, numbers or size is one element of an event. It's how complex is the event, and that's really what adds. So, when you say large events are different from small events, I would say that how complex is your event? A small event can be very simple. A larger event can be simpler than a smaller event, depending on what they're trying to do.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair.
Hi, Chief.
Good morning, Council. And I want to emphasize what two administrators said, Corbett and Jeffries. We all work well together. Before any event has happened, our people are sitting down and we know what's going on. And what they're echoing, I can say the same thing. Whether it's a small or large event, traffic's going to be the #1 issue. I can't get out. People are going to complain about it. Is it a street closure? So we're going to hear those at every event that we have. We can tell people about the St. Anthony Triathlon, and I guarantee you I'm still going to get complaints, and they do a great job of marketing. People are going to complain because traffic's blocked that day. Then we also look at is incidents. I can tell you all the major incidents. We may have like one arrest, maybe, and that person has talked himself into going to jail because we've done everything possible to try to get them to go home, and we're going to do what we need to do. As far as fights or anything like that, our staff, they handle it. Parks and Rec, they do manage that. They take care of that. When there's an incident where law enforcement, then they call our people. But other than that, Director Jeffries and Director Corbett people take care of those. So we really don't see that much that we need to handle.
Okay. Well, I do have to say, though, with the Vinoy Place and all that, they had to hire extra security because of people coming in from the events in the area back there and doing things like urinating and all that sort of stuff. So there are impacts that people are actually expending money from their own pocket because of events, and it's not covered by the city.
And some of the things that we indicated that we worked with Vinoy Towers for a Reggae Rise Up, and so some of the adjustments that we made. So we worked with PD, and we had more direct patrol on the street in the grass area closest to Vinoy Towers. We heard that was very, very successful. We also made sure that we repositioned some of our portalets so that they were outside of the event, so that we didn't have. I didn't get any complaints this year about public urination, and we have gotten those in the past. And we also made sure that we moved the bike racks, which is the parameter fencing for the event. We moved that. We also put screening up as well. So we made some of those soft touches that we shared, and those were what were positively received by the Vinoy Towers.
Okay. The reason I mentioned large events is something to think about for City Council and everyone in the room is there may be opportunities to define what a large event is and to have certain other parameters that pertain to large events in our contracts. And that's something that may come up based on our conversations and how do we deal with it. It's just something to think about. And it could be anything from, and I know you said it's a complex and it's not just projected attendance, but it could be events that have ticketed admission, amplified sound. I mean, there could be different things that you could look at to define what a large event is, to now have additional things in our contract for those things and not treat them just like every other event. So that's a possibility in the world of possibilities I'm putting out there. And we have certain plans. I think there is definitely security plans, right, when there are certain events, right, that you have to have.
Yes.
But some of the impacts we've talked about, are there any other types of plans that we require, for instance, sound management plans, turf protection plans, post-event restoration plans for large events? Because this is a potential area, this is something we can potentially do if we don't do this. And I'm just curious, even transportation parking plan for larger scale events, what types of plans, and we may have that.
So the cities that we talk to don't have that one-stop shopping element that that we have. So while we don't have a formal plan from parking or transportation, we're not requiring the organizer to give us a written plan, but they're sitting around the room and the head of parking and transportation is saying, hey, here are your maps. Here's where the no parking is going to be. Here's where the handicap parking is going to be. We have ADA involved, all there at that table, at that meeting, all at the same time. And so my staff works very carefully with the promoters as far as, we've learned lessons over the years on how speakers are faced and where staging is located and all of that. So, those are things that we really hone in on and make sure that the promoter follows his guidelines.
And that's a very good point, because when you have a plan in place, it's more helpful because now that's all clear. So like, for instance, a sound management plan, speaker aiming, stage orientation, subwoofer configuration, all those things that you're talking about, actually having a plan in place that's required beforehand. And you've done it so much already that you all have a good idea, or where stages go, that sort of thing, to minimize impacts. Because if it's not written, if it's not a clear plan, it's not there. And that allows the public to understand what are our plans for these type of things. So it's just something I'm throwing out here to, I'm not expecting an answer right now, but if we're having issues with sound and the concerts, and there are ways that you can mitigate this, and there are ways to plan for this, maybe those should be written. And how you monitor, who's monitoring, complaint response procedures, all these sound. Maybe we want to make sure we have an approved sound engineer, or someone that can tell us, this is what you expect, these are the impacts, so we can properly prepare. It should be a city-approved sound engineer, and it should be that they pay for it. So those are some thoughts on that. And then there are potentials also for city council on large events to have caps on the number and duration and frequency of those type of events. How long can they, the maximum setup and dismantling periods, those are things that can be discussed. Grass impacts are foreseeable. Again, can you have a grass protection plan? Is there a way where we could do pre-event and post-event walkthroughs, have photographs, and make sure that we are requiring, we maybe have a right to impose our rest periods between events and other best practices for protecting the ground, and have those in writing, and find a way where they will pay for that.
They currently are.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something.
No, and
the restoration, the recovery has been going on for 5, 6, 8 years now. So that's, and we walk through them, and we do a pre and a post.
The thing is, when people see Vinoy Park, they see dead grass
But
a lot.
I have to tell you, Chair, that I need to be fully transparent
Yeah.
and fully upfront. You are not going to ever have an event. There is not a landscape architect that can give you a turf that will have 20,000 people walk on it for a weekend and it not be impacted.
And that's why we're having this conversation,
Absolutely.
to see how we can better this, because that is the jewel of our city, and that's what people see. And if it's constantly in a certain state because of the events, we have to make policy decisions on how we're going to deal with it. I get it. And that's the problem that residents are saying. It's so much, and then there are park impacts, and this is how it looks.
So I just
But-
want
and
to
I'm
remind
not-
you, there's
yeah.
only the 2 large events that we have that are going on. So we're
Yeah.
talking about those 2 events.
Those are the 2 large events. I'm just saying in general, there are park impacts, and so however that gets
Okay.
remediated. Protecting our bay, Blue Urban Project, would like to, I know there, you have a lot of this in the water, and trash ends up there. How are we mitigating this? Environmental standards, I don't see anything in the agreement, and that's another potential area that we can probably do something about. And again, I'll leave it for other committee members if they have anything else to add, but these are just thoughts. The agreement requires a payment of city services. Some are prepay and some are not non-prepay. What determines if it's prepay?
If it's a returning event, if it's a first-time event, we get prepaid. We get the payment in advance, and that's based on the estimate. And if it's a returning event, then we get it post.
Why shouldn't we have large events prepay estimated city costs and provide like a separate refundable damage or restoration deposit? Because we could do that for large events, I think, and you can have that, and they have it in other places.
We can definitely talk about that, but that hasn't been an issue for us.
Okay. And then, so we can require mandatory prepayment for large events. Let's see here. And then financial transparency issues. What do we know about the financial arrangements between the promoters and the nonprofits, including guaranteed minimum donations and all that sort of stuff? What I guess, financial transparency do we have from them? And do we have any audit rights to see what their gross revenues are, ticket fees, sponsorships, vendor fees, alcohol revenues, all that they're making?
So I will let Lynn Gordon kind of tell us what the information that we get, but we do get financials. I will tell you this conversation has come up in the past, and we've had conversations with the nonprofits. I think it's important to note that there are only a couple of for-profit promoters that do business here in St. Pete. And what we've heard from the nonprofits when we've kind of floated the idea of doing a minimum donation, we've heard from the nonprofits, please don't do that, because we negotiate our payment from the promoter, and we're afraid that if we went with a standard, whatever the number may be, it may be less than what we're already getting. We've heard that again and again from some of our nonprofits.
Yes, good morning. That's correct. We only have probably 4 or 5 for-profits that do the events for the benefit of a nonprofit. The vast majority of our 90-plus co-sponsored events are actual nonprofits themselves, so they're doing it for their own benefit or sharing that fundraising with other nonprofits, partner nonprofits. So in the co-sponsored event application, we do ask them to provide us with their previous year's financials. Candidly, we're relying on what they're telling us, so we hope they're being forthcoming with us, but we have not, believe we've had some conversations with legal, in years past about how much can we push the envelope with that. Typically, a nonprofit, of course, will openly share, but a for-profit is not really required to, share that information. We do know that a nonprofit is not going to partner with a for-profit if it's not worth it to them, because they too have to maintain, if it's an event that serves alcohol, the nonprofit has to pull liquor liability insurance as well. So they're not going to put themselves at risk for an event where it's not financially worth it to them. But we certainly can explore options that might be available, but as Mike's alluded to, if we set a minimum threshold, then we may be cutting off the nonprofit's benefits that they could truly get from the for-profit who's doing the event for them.
And trust me when I say, I'm not saying a minimum without knowing like numbers. So I just need to, there has to be a tie to actual numbers, and what I'm hearing is you can't really confirm their numbers. So what I'm asking legal is, in terms of a contract, because this is a negotiated contract, is a bargain for agreement, what are the things that we could do to make sure that we can get their information returned regarding their revenues, ticket fees, sponsorships, vendor fees, all the stuff, that they're getting money, so we can understand what they're getting and what we're receiving from these events, especially for the for-profits.
So there's already a provision in the agreement related to an itemized financial statement and that they have to keep books and records, et cetera. As you know, some contracts have audit rights, some don't. I think what you're alluding to, Chair, is that any contract, including this one, is some type of bargain for exchange. So if there are certain things that council wanted that aren't, just like Sarah and Anna indicated, that you'd want to take a step further, provided that it's otherwise legal and that we're entitled to the information, and that we treat it, if for some reason it's confidential, that we treat it accordingly, we can build anything like that.
Okay, well, that sounds good. And then the other thing I wanted to touch on in terms of neighborhood impacts, I know that there was a city council resolution that every applicant has to have, there has to be a plan to interface with surrounding neighborhood associations where applicable to the event site to ensure minimal event impact. Do we get those? Because that's in a resolution, so I don't think we've ever had any of that information, and that is required.
We do not, but there are notices that go out from the police department to the neighborhoods, and Dennis, you may be able to speak to this a little bit more. The police department is in close communication with the neighborhoods. Certainly if we're talking something big like St. Anthony's, they're putting out those notifications. We're getting it out through all of our channels to communicate with them. And we certainly do our best to minimize the impact to the neighborhoods, especially our downtown areas. So yes, the neighborhoods are not caught off guard, and we do everything we can to mitigate that impact to them.
Okay, so I appreciate that, but we have a 22 resolution, and it's resolution number 2022-261, which says information documentation. Each applicant must provide the following information documentation to request city's co-sponsorship of an event. And 3 is copy of the applicant's plan to interface with surrounding neighborhood associations where applicable to the event site to ensure minimal event impact. So anyhow, I want to make sure some of these requirements are somehow incorporated in the co-sponsorship agreement, and, you know, there should be a neighborhood impacts type, you know, provision there about the interfacing with surrounding neighborhood association to minimize event impacts, and maybe even post-event reporting. So those are some ideas. I see your hand. I have Vice Chair Floyd, Councilmember Gabbard, and then Councilmember Driscoll, and Councilmember Howarding after that.
Thank you. I'm going to start slightly differently. First, I'm going to say to staff and administration that I think y'all are doing a very good job with events, balancing all of the interests. I really appreciate it. I think one of the things that makes me feel good about the city that I live in is when I'm at a good event, particularly on the waterfront. I think our waterfront parks and their programming means a lot to people in the city. So I wanted to start there. And I also want to narrow things down a little bit. A lot of this came from, you know, what Administrator Corbett mentioned, an event, a specific event, being too loud. And it sort of made other things that people had always felt they weren't quite happy with about our events. All of these things boiled over now. But I want to hone in on, there was one event that was too loud. And so the first thing I want to ask is, were noise ordinance violations issued to that event?
There was written warning issued for that event. Okay.
I think everybody here thinks that probably doesn't feel like enough based off of the feedback that we got. I obviously am going to say that I appreciate when y'all use leniency for sure. But, you know, we had 2 days in a row of complaints about noise with a lot of people reaching out to us. And so I guess sort of what my thinking is that a lot of this could have been bottled up if we were a little more stringent in that. So I don't know what y'all's thought process was there, but if you want to speak to it a little bit.
Sure. So we were being very lenient to a certain point. we had 62 complaints, but we also have to, someone had to give their name and location, so we have to go to that location. If people do not give us their name and location, then there's nothing we can do. Once we did get a location and a name of a person, we went to the promoters, we told them to turn it down, and they did. So the policy is a written warning. We gave them the written warning for that event. The next thing would have been a notice to appear, but we didn't get to that point to a notice to appear because we didn't have we had complaint, but we didn't have a person that gave us a location of where they were, so we could send an officer out there to that location to verify. So
Okay.
we had complaints, but we didn't have a complainant, so that was our issue.
Okay, so that's interesting for us to know because I probably easily could have told one of the people that text me like, hey, this is exactly what you need to do to get it enforced. So I guess I will keep that in mind in the future. But I think, you know, in order to not have to relitigate this kind of thing, I don't know what it looks like, but some more teeth around ordinance, maybe, was it just one request to turn, one written warning? Because we had this over a couple of days. I know, yeah.
So if you don't mind, Council,
Yeah.
'cause I think this is a really good point. And one thing I wanted to mention, and the city attorney or one of the administrators could correct me, but I think one of the issues here is even on the notice to appear on a municipal ordinance violation, it's a very small fine.
Okay.
And you're doing a large concert and you're making a lot of money. And
Yeah.
that's why this ability to terminate
Okay.
is much bigger hammer than a municipal ordinance violation.
Okay, thank you for that. That's kind of what I was hoping to hear was like the processes we have in place, are they effective at incentivizing someone to actually turn the music down? And so I did see that this was added and I appreciate it. But
Now, I'll actually go one step farther and say not only is there the option to terminate, but there's also the affiliates component as well, which is not just stopping it now, you know, fixing that problem now, but also into the future. So we're hoping that that will be the motivation to work closer with us.
Okay, all right.
And I would just add one thing similar to what Mr. Jeffries was saying. A lot of the times with contracts like this, it's having the provision in there, even apart from whether you need to exercise.
Oh yeah, I mean,
So
I can
it's-
imagine
it's-
if you
right,
see
it-
this.
Right,
Yeah.
it's intended to be what it looks like, an
Yeah.
arm twist. If someone is not doing what they're supposed to be doing, that we, just like Mr. Gertis said, we put language like this in agreements to incentivize, and we think the incentive, from a legal standpoint, the incentive of the contractual language and the tools in here are likely to be more effective than a noise, or even multiple noise ordinance.
We also did hear from other cities that we surveyed that if there were fines that were built in, that, and I think Chair Hanowitz and I talked about this as well, that sometimes some of the promoters just pay it. It's part of doing the business. So I think the affiliates and the termination gives us, you know, more teeth than even a stronger fine.
Yeah, I mean, you've heard a saying, and if it's enforced by fine, it's legal for the rich, is a saying that we on the left like to say sometimes. So, okay, that's all good, and I'm glad to see this. What I don't want is a situation where, you know, because of bad actors, we're limiting what can happen for our residents and visitors. And I think this is a key example, is the We Belong Here Festival, which honestly, like, I'm disappointed that happened because I would have loved to attended it, you know, and that year or in the future. I don't want us to get into that situation, and so with this being like sort of omnipresent and like hanging over people's heads, and you know, I mean, I don't want to tell PD to be more strict. I appreciate the leniency. But you know, if y'all went and like reminded them of this, you know, hey, look at this piece of paper I got here. This is, we can shut you down. That's always going to be helpful. But I just wanted to get specific about that, and because that's really what set all of this off. Because you already mentioned it, people. You have to strike a balance with this kind of thing. And so there's always going to be someone who's unhappy because of something that happened, and you give them a real thing to latch onto, like that concert was way too loud, then it spills over and into conversations like this. The only other thing that I'm going to add, because I see we're low on time, is Chair mentioned what I wrote down as financial clarity around revenues. That is not a key focus of me for this conversation. It's a key focus of me for every conversation when we're partnering with an organization or providing financial support to an organization. And so I wanted to bring up that this comes up in other contexts that I think are maybe even more important than this one. We had a conversation around that the other day, and I'm struggling to remember what it was, but we provide a lot of support to organizations. Councilmember Gibbons was on this, and so if you remember what it was, I'm sorry, it's slipping my mind right now. But I just always think we should be trying to get financial clarity around the organizations that we partner with and provide services. And it was Main Streets, yeah. I just always think we should be doing that. So I'll just use this opportunity to sort of push that agenda along a little bit. I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
So on what Vice Chair Floyd said, we had this till noon, but our city council meeting got moved to 4:30. So we have time. I have other council members. I don't want council members to rush if they have something. I just want to make sure that we're going to have time to hear from council members, even if we go a little bit longer, to kind of just cover it. Okay.
I'll come back.
Yeah, so that, I just want to make sure that you understand that. I want to rush you, but we do have some flexibility. I'm not saying we're going to be here for 3 hours. I'm just saying, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that we're going to cover what we need to cover with the council members, and I don't want anyone not to have an opportunity. Yeah, and I don't want to, I want to make sure we hear from all council members. And to Vice Chair Floyd, part of the reason that I was focusing on some of the things that we could do with the contract is to the point, the contract is going to have teeth sometimes that you can exercise things, which is why I brought up certain things of how we can change it and make it much more nuanced to make sure we're tackling things. This is a good opportunity to do this. And the other issue with that I think you brought up with the affiliates, I just wanted to double click on that. It was brought up, can we require disclosure of all affiliates of the promoter?
I don't, my gut reaction on that is no. It depends to the extent it's relevant under the agreement. So if there was an issue with a future event coming back,
right,
and we were trying to, as part of giving approval for a future event, we had reason to believe that it could be an affiliate of a prior bad actor, so to speak, then in that situation, I think we might be able to do it as a condition of being approved. But as a rule, for just saying, we have to know all of your affiliates, that's not in here, and we couldn't do it absent contractual provision.
I just want to make sure, even if it's narrowed to event, that handle events or anything like that.
I mean, at this point, though, we could write it in. Typically, that is not information that most entities would be willing to provide.
Something I thought about. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to switch gears just a little bit away from, the conversation around, making sure that the events, that we're being good stewards for the residents and the community. And I want to get to a little bit of dig in on making sure that we're also being good partners with the people throwing the events. So I'm going to kind of switch a little bit. So recently, City Council was made aware that there was some concerns over how billing and things like that happened whenever an event, the cost is reconciled on the back end. And so I have some very specific questions about that process so that we are creating transparency for the community and people who are looking to throw events within our city, and a couple of thoughts. One specific to the conversation that was brought up earlier around prepay and non-pay, and then another Main Street came up, so I want to talk about those things. So my first question kind of goes to the process by which, and sorry, my computer went to sleep while all the conversation was going on, but the process as to which, when we are asking them to non-prepay or pay after the event is over, how long after, so an event happens in January, February, When does that bill come out? When can a organization expect that their bill will show up?
Yeah, and I want to talk about Winter Pride because that's the event that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And we had actually already sent them the invoice, and I think we'll let Lynn kind of go over the details of when they received the invoice. There is some confusion with Winter Pride and with the Edge District.
Well, Grand Central.
Grand Central.
And I've had conversations with all of them, as I'm sure many of us
There's
have.
different entities who signed
Yeah,
the
yeah.
agreement, and so we were communicating with the person we had the contract, the organization we had the contract with. I do want to say for full transparency that we screwed up. We screwed up on the estimate for Winter Pride. There was a calculation error that when the database pulled over, there was a mistake that was made that it didn't calculate the number the correct way for the estimate. And our practice has been, and it doesn't happen very often, but our practice has been when we make a mistake that is significantly different, when our estimate is significantly different than actuals, then we go to that estimate, and that's what we charge them, and that's what we've charged Winter Pride. And we've notified them of that. They are on board with that. We talked to Chris from the Grand Central District. Thought we were communicating with the right person, but apparently we weren't.